All right, you bastards. What a peculiar time of day to be doing this. Yes, I am wearing the Kramer in a traditional. This is a traditional style. This is top, as you can see, and side of head. There's 5 ways, I think, of doing a traditional Kramer, but you see this one doesn't do back of neck. You know, as with most things in life, it's a little bit of give, a little bit of take. Let me just get things sorted and we'll hop on to someone else's stream. I think you can do that because it's called TV. It's, oh, where's my freaking vape? Double Kramer. Double Kramer. They are amazing things, though, the old Kramers, because, like I say, I've seen people carry babies in them. I've seen people drain rice in them. I've seen, you name it, I'll pretend I've seen someone do it with one. And because I'm wearing one as well, look, I've got 2 on. But you know, like I will go out down to the local shops dressed like this. They do think I'm the local idiot, and they're right. They're right to think that. Now I've got a question for you all. Nice to see some new people here as well already. Rittenhouse live. 1 in the chat if we just watch Rittenhouse live. 2 in the chat if you want the one with the legal people talking. Here's why I would suggest 1 not having the legal people talking, by which I mean the the lawyers, is because they talk all over it, which is fine if you want that, but because we're a community and we're chatting, I'd suggest we go for, I can't remember what the choice was. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know what people are saying. What's 1? Is 1 not have the legal people, or is 1 by legal people? I mean, there's 1 stream where you've got loads of lawyers and I can't remember what 1 was, because most people are saying 1. So tell me what that is, and I'll sort it out. The problem is they do talk over proceedings. Oh, no legal. Brilliant. Thank God for that. I was so hoping you'd say that. Right, here, I'll get it up on the screen and hopefully it will get going in a minute. But, you know, that's all right. It looks like the trial is not yet underway. Now, I'm thinking this is going to be the last day. I mean, it might be. It might not be. But, well, certainly, you don't want that, do you? Let me just work out the best way to do this. That ain't very good. I think it's going to be that one, isn't it? We good with that one? We good with that one? I mean, until it comes on, and if there's breaks, we'll switch to this. We'll have a little look round. I don't think there's any sound coming out at the moment. So this could be a long old stream. We could be sitting here for a few hours. Lovely. Hello, the adventures of old Mort. And, well, check this out. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to write. Maybe we'll get some guests on. I'll see if Dan's available. He's always good for a bit of chat. Be nice to talk to Gan. Gan? That was a proper Freudian slip when you read my novel. Yeah, right, novel. Yes, Boris, I'm all over free trade. I wasted the last of my coinage on it just this afternoon. Let me just leave a message to Dan. Where's our little room of chat? Nice to see so many people. What weird time in England, isn't it? Weird time for you lot to be here. Hello, Dan. Hello, Hugh. I am live streaming the Rittenhouse case. I know it's an eternal long shot, but if either of you want to hop on, just to have a little chat and watch proceedings for 20 minutes, half hour, something, you're more than welcome. I'll put the link in this room. Be an absolute result, wouldn't it, to see? Good Lord, I've got a whole all my links from earlier. Look what I just saw. For people who don't know, the reason that is on my screen is this company have offered to sponsor my YouTube channel. This company want to pay me to do an unboxing. I mean, I've probably sold them thousands just by dealing with it. Here. Don't worry, people. I'm keeping an eye on the. We're still going, people. Don't worry, they haven't started yet, as far as I can make out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a mistrial while I was chatting away there. I was trying to. I realised that all my windows were still open from this morning, even though I've done a day's work. But when my computer crashed, they obviously opened. It would appear that there's been a pre-grift donation from young Ian. Nice one, Ian. I tried to sneak it in earlier, but I woke up in the middle of the night for a piss. And I saw you talking to Jimmy. Oh, here we go. Ian says, been improving my upload speeds and started using a headset I acquired. Delay seemed to be a lot better on Jimmy's stream. Right, people, donations will be appreciated, especially since I'm going to go for a few hours. But I'll go through them all at the end, or I'll do a separate stream. Unless they're just small, but I'll still put them on the screen. I'm just setting up the entropy.
It would be ideal if we could finish on Friday, but let's see what happens.
Oh, he wants to finish tomorrow. Thank you, Ian.
My next witness,
let me know you can hear it and all that.
And his testimony will involve a computer program and demonstrative evidence with all videos that have already been entered into evidence, and how he establishes the times that he'll testify to.
That ain't me.
And what I'm asking the court to allow is to have him testify at this witness stand to my left, so that he can be hooked into the cord and manipulate his computer. And what I'm asking,
I just want to point out that the court cameras do drop out occasionally, as do their audio. So don't keep assuming that that's me.
There's already been testimony about some old board. I shouldn't say photographs, enhancements.
Right.
of video.
I'll put the entropy link at the top of the chat,
It's my
just in case
understanding
anyone would prefer
that
entropy.
Mr. Armstrong testified that the video program he uses is Amped, and Amped has an internal printout of everything that the operator does on it. So if I do X, X is documented, you push the button, it says he did X.
All right,
My
people, super
understanding
chats
is
down there,
that there
entropy,
should be a
link at the
report
top of
for
the
that,
stream
and then
or
the
in the
new photographs
description.
today.
Top of the chat, I
I'm-
mean.
And our question comes into on testimony, on cross-examination, when he was testifying to what he did to the video, there's a definite discrepancy between the aspect ratios and the amount of pixels. So I'm asking for that report. And then the new photographs, which the state intends to introduce in their rebuttal case, I would like the report from Amped for that. So
This
that
is
we
quite
can,
an interesting question,
check
actually,
that. I spoke to Mr. Binger. He said he would try to do that. I don't know if
about
he
how
can.
Are you saying the
when you
program is
enlarge a picture using software to enhance it, are you adding information? And it's a weird one, isn't it? Are there more pixels?
My understanding from Senior Examiner Armstrong's testimony is that he used a program known as AMPED, A-M-P-E-D, the number 5. If he did use that program, AMPED 5, which is a gold standard of forensic analysis, AMPED 5 does produce a report of all manipulations or actions taken upon the start to the finish.
Oh,
That's the report I think we're talking about right now.
interesting. There's a history of all the changes made in the software.
Two of them.
Oh,
I didn't know the last
amazing.
thing you
There
said.
should be at least 2 of them, one for each
Okay.
change.
Anything
Wow.
else?
Well, we don't have to, I don't believe I have an obligation to provide that. This is a very late request.
What are you talking
This will
about?
Probably push rebuttal
Easy.
tomorrow because he's gonna have to go, if these reports exist, and I am
Boo.
not saying that they do, he'd have to go back, he's on his way here now. He'd have to go back to the crime lab and get them.
Well,
So-
can you reach him? And
I mean, I can certainly try.
why don't you do that? I'm not going to worry about anything till it happens.
Come on, if software's got a history in it, that's easy. Just open it up and download the history. Even I know that.
And then, were you done on that?
Yes.
Then I did get Mr. Binger's transmission of last night, which unfortunately was not. Was there other than the initial minute or two, was there actual video or was it black screen?
It's like a 20-some minute compilation video with the defendant's voice.
Well, let me try it. Let me try opening it here, because at the
Thank you, Cheryl.
home it was.
Well read.
You know, I was able to hear the audio, but the video was all black. So I don't know what the significance of that is until I look at it. Hopefully it'll open here. I guess
Between 1 and 10, what do we make of the judge? 10 being excellent, 1 being awful.
I'm going to, I guess, forward an email that we just received a phone call from someone who supposedly spoke to a juror, spoke to someone who spoke to a juror. I don't think it's anything, but just for the.
that's pretty. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry. Just to be transparent, when we get these communications, we are giving them to the court.
Excellent, and appreciate it. And we've gotten inundated, as would expect. With
Largely good, largely supporting for the
degree of
judge.
publicity, and kinds of wild things are said, and as long as you folks are aware of them and can deal with it, or ask me to deal with it to the extent that I'm able, we'll do it. I would hate to be someone who got caught doing some of this stuff. All right. Anything else?
I'm just going to call Mr. Armstrong. I just want to verify.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you want
This is the glorious House of Scrubs, Ariel. If you would like to be a scrub, just participate, be friendly, be respectful. You don't have to agree. You can disagree. It's just that we're a lovely community. That's all I can explain. Good one for asking. For instance, I haven't silenced that, by the way. That's court silencing. I don't know why. Look at one man in a mask. Just one. Just one masked man. Oh, there's his. I assume that would be his mandate. 2 masks in the whole court. I suppose he'd be her mandate. Nice to see some unfamiliar faces in here. Got some new people in. I stream twice daily. We have a good laugh. Nice people. That isn't me. Let me just check. No, that's not me. That's Lord knows why they silence this stuff. Plastic African commenting on the whistles. No, for sure. There's been some very nice whistles. Out of all people on show here at the moment, this fella here, very nice setup. I think that's a double Windsor he's got there. Unfortunately, these blokes, I don't know what the fuck. He's got button-down collars, but they're too long. That volume is them, not me. I mean, look, they're buttoned down, but look how they've got like wings on them. This bloke is absolutely ripping the style to pieces. That's a fine suit. That is fits him like a glove. Look at the problem this bloke's got here. Look where the neck has gone up round the back of the lapel. We knew it would go here, right? But see that shouldn't happen. Even when you sit down, that's a terrible look. I mean, he could probably just adjust it, but a good suit won't do that. A good suit will not do that round the back of the lapel. Yeah, rookie mistake from Baldy there, but he's a good bloke, so I'll let him off. Rittenhouse looking good as usual. That's a very, I mean, burgundy and blue is a classic. The tie is quite the statement. Very bold with the tie, but the burgundy and the navy blue is beautiful. Good pull. This bloke, I've just got too much bias. I can't comment on that bloke's suit. Look at this geezer's barnet, half bald. That's not me silencing him, by the way, people. Thank you, Chrissy. Yes, Lomax, it was incredible watching the judge rip into him. Killing it, essentially, it was a contempt of the Fifth Amendment. Using post-event. Look at him on his blower. He's ringing the missus. You might want to put that lamb on slow cook, love. We could be here a while. Rittenhouse has got his snazzy tie on. Thanks, Chrissy. The Great Haddocken is a part-time scrub. Ariel, it's years old. I think it came from a one-day mispronunciation of sub. I said all my scrubs rather than subs, and it just stuck, and we're good with it. That's all. No biggie, but no smallie either. Look, my volume is up here. This is not me. I've just moved it on. I think the judge has got the volume down because he's got his phone out. Little Bullet, hello mate. Word on the curb is that the lawyer has got a serious eating disorder. He's got a hyperactive knife and fork. Fuck me, I'm missing that joke, Bullet. What have I missed then? Nice to see Rittenhouse and his lawyer. Look at them all smiling, except for even Binger. Oh, only for a second. Hyperactive knife and fork. I don't get it. Look, they're all cracking up. Why can't we hear this? Even Rittenhouse is laughing. The media have a field day with that. The giggles of a murderer. Nice one, Anglo-Saxon. Haven't seen you for a week or so. Hoit to you, my friend. I've been rib-eyed up to the max since you give me that tip. Can someone have a look at another? I'll do it. I'm going to see if all of the trials are quiet, or whether we've just got a dud. Fuck me. They've all just. I've just put my YouTube on there. All the live coverage. Unless anyone in the chat can save me the hassle. Thank you, Anglo. Thank you, Little Bullet, for those donations. Okay, there you go. There you go. They're all muted. Nice one, IR. I don't want people thinking I'm doing my usual boomer antics. Jambo dropped £3 into Entropy. He said it's an afternoon £3. Well, while we're waiting, I'll give you a little bit more on my boat. Well, you know what? I'd assume, Mr. Saxon, and it isn't just an assumption, that everyone here would want him to walk. Should we find out? 1, if you want Rittenhouse to walk. 2, if you think he should go down. And you're allowed to think he should go down and still be respected here. I just imagine everyone here wants him to walk, because I know a lot of them. Hello, Ra. Good to see you. Thanks, mate. I do my best. I mean, you haven't heard them talk about their whistles, have you? But oh, here we go. Look at one man mask, one woman mask. That's her mandate. I've used it twice. So he's been sworn in. New witness being sworn in. This is, I imagine, the clerk. She's out of breath because she stood up. I do like the white bit in the front of her hair, though. That takes some. That's some balls. Here we go.
How long will that take to move your cameras?
That's very interesting, actually, Mouse Cat.
I guess that's the plan. So
Probably wants to make sure it doesn't go wrong. He was gutted when that bloke said that he shot him in self-defense. Yeah, they're all ones, as I thought. Very reassuring. But that's all right. Yeah, not a single person here doesn't want him to go down. Good. My shooting sounds off again. Don't worry, people. This is your perfect opportunity to support this channel in any way you wish. Entropy. That's pinned to the top of the chat. Super chat. You can become a member of this channel. I think you all are. Ariel might not be. Hello, Sufis. Nice one, Bullet. There you go. That's what was said to me. And I missed it. Sorry, mate. I have already streamed for 2 hours and done a day's work. I grafted before the stream and after. Oh, and guess what? You'll like this. So this migraine lark, I put this on originally today to stop the spotlight that's up there from shining in my eyes when I turn to that monitor. But instead, this is the box for my headphones, the old AirPods, right? I took the lid off, put a stool on a chair, and with a broom, managed to poke the lid, and the lid's the same size as the box, up and under the light to make the light up. So now the light isn't just burning the right side of my vision, which is where I've been getting the migraines. I mean, this is the quality legal proceedings you wanted. I'll tell you what, out of all the people, I'll just put it here for a bit. Out of all the stuff I've seen, Cenk Uygur saying that Rittenhouse went into Kenosha to shoot black people is just disgusting. And I'll tell you what, we are on a roll at the moment. Those gubernatorial votes were the start of the mass intellectual exodus of American normies who have seen what the communists are doing to their nation, are seeing what the utopianists are doing to their everyday life, their children's education, their southern border, their gas prices. And the midterms, that'll be a 12-hour stream on this channel. It's and when that Overton window has moved, when the pendulum has swung, and when people on the right have got positions of power and attorney generals and the Supreme Court and the House and the Senate, the likes of Cenk Uygur, who had the fucking balls to go on his stream and say that with absolutely no evidence, say that he went there to shoot black people. You can't say that about someone with no evidence. Or you can, and I'll defend your right to say it. But there'll be consequences. The likes of Cenk Uygur, there'll be consequences. If I was Rittenhouse and I walked from this, I would sue the fuck out of him. How dare you? And I'll tell you why, because Cenk Uygur hates white people and he wants to stir up trouble. He wants more blacks to hate whites. That's why he said that. This little shit, this little murdering shit, he got hold of his big old gun and he went there to shoot. If he'd have wanted to shoot black people, surely he'd have shot them with 30 rounds in his magazine. I'm sure he could have shot plenty of black people, as opposed to, I don't know, none. He shot no black people. And yet, according to Cenk Uygur, that's why he went there. This really nice kid who wants to be a productive member of society, who was like a police cadet, who was like a fire cadet, who was learning first aid. It's just disgusting to hear. Those words that he said, I haven't been that, usually I can just accept it, but I just thought, you can fuck off. Excuse my English. We had a little flutter of volume there. Well, Lomax, they're in all sorts of trouble. I said it this morning. Salty Cracker, 600,000 subscribers, 30-odd thousand watching him live on Rumble. Cenk Uygur, 5 million subscribers, 1,600 watching him live. There's something not right about those numbers. And that's with the corporate media and YouTube and everyone else behind him. And that's with Salty Cracker having everyone against him. Rittenhouse is yawning. Don't blame him. Boring times, court. I was saying to Jack London the other day, I went to court with a mate once. It was only a little possession charge. And the judge said to him, he said, I won't keep you long, mate. We'll get that suit back to the rightful owner. The suit was about 4 sizes too big. That was the first thing the judge said. He went, don't worry, mate, we won't keep you long. We'll get that. He pointed at me, we'll get that suit back to the rightful owner. I thought, fucking hell. Last time I was in court, I was nicked with 20 bags of 20 20-pound bags of crack. So 0.4 bags, 20 of them. It's a prison sentence. I went to court. I skipped bail. They busted me at my mother's house, dragged me down to Torquay that night. And I was in court I was in a police holding cell for the night, withdrawing my bollocks off. And I went into court, read it, and I had my bags packed to go to prison. I thought, I'm off. I had a 1/4 ounce of smack stuck up my arse. Imagine standing in court withdrawing with 1/4 ounce of heroin on you. I was like, hurry up. Lock me up or let me go, but do something. And then when he read out the charges, he said, Mr. Dangerfield, for possession of 0.2 grams of crack cocaine. I thought, the police have nicked nearly all of it. they've left a biscuit crumb size just so that there was some evidence. Oh, you're welcome to it, Gathers. You just got me out of a year locked up, 2 years locked up. Thank you, Your Honour. I will not do it again. Hello, Duck Boy Jiden. I think the judge knows he shouldn't have even gone to court. This wouldn't have gone to court without the media circus. I don't think this even goes to court without the media casting Rittenhouse as some alt-right killer. It's madness. Here we go.
All right. Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Oh, one more thing. I have now opened again the link that you sent me from the Washington Post, and it won't open now. I was doing better before. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay.
Got myself a Galan.
Okay.
Got myself a Galan for proceedings. I've already done half of it.
Yeah, this looks like it's complete, so I'll take a look at it.
But I do have another one if required.
Okay. Put the jury down.
There's the rice. Bit of fruit in there, bit of coconut, a few beans. And it comes in that bamboo tube just while the jury's coming in. There you go. So it comes like that. You pull them down. Rice, coconut, fruit, and beans. Here we go. I suppose the jury are being sworn in. I think they go through that malarkey every time. Cheers. I hope you got yourself a Galan. Look at single masker again. Look at her. So marks out of 10 on the whistles. Rittenhouse, 8 out of 10. Very brave tie. Lovely navy and burgundy. Fits him well. The geezer in the middle. It's a nice suit, but lose that posture, mate. It's very unwelcoming. Here's geezer here. Unfortunately, he's not a great shape for a whistle. Tie's all right. Bigger knot. What the fuck is going on? He's got button-down collars, but they're too long. It's weird. Really weird. Look at that. You get 3 ties in that. Open your arms. It's a nice... So you still got that issue with the bit around the back of the neck, even when you're standing up. That's off the peg, that is.
Good morning, everyone. And,
You'd expect more for a lawyer.
For convenience purposes, some technical reasons have dictated this temporary change, and it makes no other difference in the case. And then I wanted to just observe that it's Veterans Day, and any veterans in the room?
Oh, good call. Good call.
Well, that's unusual not to have at least somebody in here. But Dr. Black is what branch? Okay, and I think we give a round of applause to the people who served us.
The judge is a patriot, people. The judge is a patriot. A left-wing judge doesn't do that.
Black to the witness stand.
So the defense called the first witness today.
I do. I'll hand you a series
I ain't in
of
court, Mick.
documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please.
That's the highest I can get the audio, but it goes up and down all the
Document
time.
I'd like you to look at is
There you go.
State's Exhibit 1, Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is
Sort
the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington
Back
County,
of
Oregon.
back of his suit, don't
Is there
ride
a
up.
city
See?
around there that we?
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It'd be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again, in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then
Yes, Sophist, it's live.
became a lieutenant.
Absolutely live.
And there's 4 divisions in there: corrections, patrol, investigations, and support, sort of you think the way it operates. And then I was a lieutenant and in some cases acting commander, which is the person that oversees all the operations within those individual divisions. Additionally, I oversaw professional standards, which is the unit that oversees if things are done right, if things can become better, to include internal affairs. And then I was also the person that oversaw and designed the use of force program within that agency.
At any time in the employment in law enforcement, did you have an opportunity to work with videographic evidence?
Oh, absolutely. As a deputy coming up, we would commonly use video type of evidence in our investigations. I mean, think about robberies or anything else.
A child.
Video or similar type of things. When I oversaw such things in the jails are commonly monitored with cameras. And if there was allegations of complaints, and for a period of time, as the jail operations lieutenant, I oversaw every allegation of a complaint. We would review evidence to include the video evidence that would have been the time frame for that. As I oversaw the detective division, detectives, which oversaw sex crimes, homicides, car task force, fraud, you name it, it was underneath the detective division. Again, video evidence is pervasive. It's used throughout. And then we would have to make sure that the examination of such video evidence would withstand challenge in court. And more importantly, that we
Yes,
do it
Howard.
correctly. So I would commonly be, as the head of the unit on the big cases, make sure that sort of a quality control, I guess would be the best way to put it.
120 in, lovely.
In your military experience, did you have any occasion to work with videographic evidence?
Yes, sir. In the military, what the branch I was in, the service, Army, my entire time was in what's called special operations.
Oh, really,
And
Lomax?
because of that, I have several
Oh,
what they call
interesting.
military occupational
This
specialties,
fella's watched the whole
or
trial.
MOSs. One of the MOSs I have, I think the last count was about 7 of them.
He
One
looks
of them
great
is
as well.
Specifically about
Great
intelligence.
whistle.
Just like you think about intelligence to gather information. As part of being an intelligence qualified
Hello, was my stuff.
officer or non-commissioned officer, is we would routinely look at surveillance video. We would use surveillance video to plan operations. We would covertly make sure video is happening, drone video. We use video in our how we operated. Body worn cameras were
Hello, out.
with the military
Martha.
long before they were with police.
Oh, that ain't
And
Martha.
we would have to make sense of this video.
Where's Martha gone?
When it came in from another thing, you have intelligence units. There was an entire portion of that unit designed to focus on what's called IMINT, or imagery intelligence, IMINT, Manafort report. And then, so because of that, we routinely both used it, operated with it, similar type of things.
And in the intelligence capacity, did you analyze, enhance, and do things to video?
When required.
Okay, when it was,
when required.
and in the course of your profession, let me back up a second. I apologize. What was the highest rank you achieved?
So this is all about the
I retired
enhanced
from the military
video
after
that was
30 years.
used
The rank
by
of
the
sergeant
defense
major, which,
yesterday.
to put it lateral to other services, is an E9 or enlisted rank 9, which is, you have a command sergeant major, which I did as a, we'll call it a temporary duties, but I remained primarily an operations sergeant major, which is the
In
highest.
summary, this geezer knows his shit.
Now, in this case, I engaged you for
Ah.
several tasks, but one of those was video analysis, correct?
Video analysis is in support of understanding the event, yes.
Okay. And are you certified in the operation of any video programs that you used in this case?
Yes, I used a video program known as Input ACE, version 2.6.3.
Thank you,
Input
Linda.
ACE is a program specifically designed to allow people
I don't know,
without a
Linda.
lot of high-level skill, like high computer forensics or anything else.
If you just
to
type
examine
in
video
Carl
in such a
Rittenhouse
way
live, you'll find
that when you
loads. I
examine
think
it,
this one is
you're
law
not
and
doing things
crime.
to it, like altering it or anything else. That when you're looking at it,
The Law
you
and
can
Crime
have some
Trial
trust
Network.
in what you do with it, that you're looking at the best that it can be with what it can provide. And within Input ACE, I'm certified at what they call both the operator level, and I'm also certified at the examiner level.
And what's the difference between an operator level and an examiner level?
So an operator level would, let's say, import videos, allow them to basically transfer with codecs or anything else. You could play them, maybe cut a couple pieces out, do these type of things. At an examiner level, you're actually doing, we'll call it manipulation. In other words, you're scaling it, you're looking at things, and so you have to have an understanding about how
Thank
that
you.
happens. So
Mousecat says the
example,
police are dropping
there's
vax
certain
mandates
ways,
in case
I
of
think you heard
riots
earlier
if
in the
Rittenhouse
discussion
walks.
Senior Examiner
Cheers,
Armstrong
Duck Boy. Cheers,
used the word
Mousecat.
interpolation. So with interpolation, there's certain ways things get interpolated. Not really a word, but it will work for now. And so the thing is, if I don't understand those things, I can't have trust within what I'm working with to better understand the totality of the event and what I'm looking at.
Now, when you look at videographic evidence, is
Hi,
frames
Chris.
per second something that's important?
Hi, Pete.
It's one of the things, yes, sir.
Tell the jury what frames per second means.
Yeah, I mean, it's frames per second. So when you look down on your phone and it's recording a video or something else like that,
Okay.
you might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second. 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And
I
for
won't
example,
talk
the
over this
examiner
because it's
certifications,
important.
one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC resolution. N November Tango Sierra Charlie, which is a more of a European format like PAL. For example, so the fact is, the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on who's using what kind of high definition video. Because if you look at
Now, resolution is also a part of the analysis.
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes. Yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple of different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing. And I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
Cheers, Pete. Well, he did do something. He killed 2 people in self-defense. But I know your point. Nice to
So,
see you
for
here.
example, in earlier testimony by Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block. That's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you had to get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out, or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type
It's
of
a toxic swamp,
video
Twitter.
format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what? Those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it.
That's what compression does.
But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left. And then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the video?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, referred to as a waveform.
He has to be careful not to go over the jury's heads with all this. Because when you go over their heads, they switch off.
For an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you've ever seen them, is those.
My mum's lost at the moment. She doesn't know what they're talking about.
A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing. I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more. I watch the waveform shift. There's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound. And now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is known to.
Interesting point, actually, Charles. The judge knows this is bullshit.
Two, so
shouldn't have gone to court.
Actually,
the media circus, essentially.
Within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot 1 and shot 2, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot 1 and shot 2. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see
No,
a
this is the
finite
defense,
time
Grego.
measurement.
This bloke is the
I
defense.
can now, with an index
If you didn't
point
see
back in
yesterday,
the
this won't
video,
make a lot of sense to you.
I can go back to the video and say, oh, look, there's the same place that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring, it would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way.
Well,
So
apparently
you make
George
allowances for that, but
Floyd's
you have to
nephew
understand
has
sound
been
isn't
saying
an
he's going to
absolute
dox
determiner. That's
people
why you
in
have
the
to take all
jury
this
if
in
they let him go.
total when you're thinking about it. But
You'd have
that's
thought they'd
part of
been
the way
busy
that you
spending all that
Now,
money.
In the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently,
Yep.
you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
The preliminary is 139, and the sub is 141.
That is correct.
Okay. If I misspoke, I apologize. And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you
Hey,
was
Rusky.
for the total time of events that happened on August.
That was a
25th,
great line by
2020,
from the judge
beginning
to the
what
prosecutor,
happened
wasn't it,
at
Jack?
Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at. The time is estimated. And then what I did is, using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync, and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the different, not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and everything else. So from a video point,
Hello, Ian.
I was able to find that in a lot
Hello,
of different
Henry.
places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now the gunshots can move as in depending on how far.
We've had them all the last
that's
6
recording
days,
sound.
Mouse Cat.
In these cases, it could be 150 feet is about 1/10 of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things,
Read
I would
that,
say
people.
I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus 1/10 of a second.
Now,
For people who don't know, Rosenbaum was
And then
a convicted
I asked you to
paedophile.
break down basically into several groups, but event number 1 started.
Hello,
with friendly,
Jens.
friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I would refer to as the transition from event 1 to event 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then
Yeah, I did say it
event
was
number
chopped
2
up, but yeah, fair point.
from beginning to end.
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay. And then the end of event 2 would be defined as what?
The fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event 2 going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time or
Yeah.
the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended.
Hello, Woodlander.
So
Don't bore the jury. Come on.
from the 4-shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event 2 until the point where you see in the
Pedometer.
video raising his hands, and I refer to that simply as
Pedometer.
surrender to police.
Speedometer.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down to the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
Agreed,
So
Harold.
what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes, as in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where
There's 13.
friendly
Apparently, there's
heard
about 12
within the
women in the
soundtrack.
jury.
Obviously, we can
Put
play
a
that.
1 in the chat if your
Please.
mother or your wife hasn't got a clue what they're talking about at this point.
Scope of the court's order.
A 1 in the chat if your mother, partner, or wife, female, is just not knowing what any of this is about.
Let's do that. Please don't talk about this.
So they're having a break. Yeah, because I mean, I hope he's got a kicker at the end of this, because I'm just sort of thinking this stuff is very technical, and it's kind of relying on the jury. That's Rittenhouse's mother there. Sorry, it's gone. Unless he's got a very strong point at the end of this, which he can get that. Unless he can make a point at the end of this where the witness can say in one line, so bang, 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 yes. Unless that happens, this is dangerous. This is a risky game to play. I've been in courts many times. You bore the jury, you lose the jury.
That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his
Piss off,
preliminary
Binger.
report dated July 31st, 2021, in subsection 3A.
Yeah, look at all those ones.
That subsection reads,
This is a report, counsel.
page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second, with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court is
That's
also
Rosenbaum's
ruled
mother,
that the
Rittenhouse's
witness
mother.
testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but right now he's being asked about timing. And we have a document which I guess is exhibit number 142 that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have all of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number
If you
7,
haven't been watching it, the judge doesn't like the prosecution, the state
Right,
prosecutor, that Binger fella here.
observation number
Doesn't like
7
him at
is
all.
characterized by this witness as JR elevation change hyphen lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph
Hello, Adam.
Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing. The court has excluded that.
Oh, this is bad.
There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22, striking the defendant. Number 25, the gun of Gage Grosskreutz pointed towards the defendant.
Well, he didn't murder him, Rusky. He just blew his bicep
The
off.
preliminary report that this witness offered.
There was 2 blokes he killed.
Now, we have ruled, or we've agreed, and the court has ordered that he's not going to be talking about those things.
Surely the judge won't
The
stand for
scope of
this.
this document, 142, is well beyond the court's order. What he's being asked right now, and when I objected, is beyond the court's order. What he is characterizing in this Exhibit 142 in terms of his interpretation of what various people in the
Right.
case were doing or what their intent was or anything like that is beyond the scope of the court's order. So
Sorry,
my
Martin.
understanding from the court's order was he'd be able to say gunshot 1, 2, 3, and 4 to Rosenbaum happened in this amount of time. And then-
Jeffrey, 2 people. We
Gunshot
counted
happened
2.
in this amount of time. And that's it, as far as the timing. The court's order was very specific as to that. So when we're talking about friendly, or throwing the bag or things like that, that's outside of that time frame.
I'm using demonstrative evidence to show how he reached these times. And it's all evidence that's already been testified to and admitted. Some
Judge-
of the evidence
Judge will stick
has
up
been
for the
enhanced, just
defense
like the
here.
state enhanced
He
the
will.
bag. Some of the other photos. He's a
Nasty
licensed,
drinks bottle.
trained video specialist. He has the background, and we're showing the jury what he used to get these values. And that shows how he did it and the reliability of doing it. And I'm not worried about what Mr. Binger's talking about, the comments or anything like that. That's a way that he found the times.
Come on, Judge.
Your Honor, just time in relationship to video in this case is so important.
Yes.
Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Binger spent much time cross-examining my client regarding those approximately 30 frames from the BG on the scene. That was
Wanker Binger.
approximately a tenth of a second. And he spread it out. And what we're trying to do is show through video the true events of that night. And I believe it is with the court's
Okay.
order, because basically what we're looking at is an event, and the state can quibble with my time of when I started the event. They might say it's back 5-10 seconds before or whatever, but the total time of the event from friendly
This is
until
clever
he surrenders at
because
the
he's
police
getting
car,
to say it
50
anyway.
55 seconds.
There you go. What
The jury
42
should know
said.
that.
He
The
said
events
it.
of each
Fuck
of
you,
the
Binger.
Sub-events, the total time. The jury.
That's not me. That's the court. That happens a lot. That's not
They've been
me.
shown videos already of that.
Well,
If I may respond briefly.
yes, sir.
First of all, what counsel has just mentioned in terms of the overall timing is something he's free to play video and argue. The question is what this expert witness can testify to.
He just told you,
Order.
you Binger.
Specifically what he can and cannot testify to. Your order is one of limitation. It specifies the limits of what he can testify to. It's a fundamental notice issue, Your Honor. In his preliminary report, he didn't have information regarding the timing from friendly. That was a report from 3 months ago. We were not put on notice that there would be this testimony through this witness as to the timing of from the very beginning of all this to the very end. This Exhibit 142 is the first document we have received, and it was received today.
It was provided yesterday.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It is the first document we've received from the defense pertaining to this witness with regard to the timing of the entire evening. It is beyond the court's order. We have not received proper notice as to this.
Weird how some people have just got a
I have
face
no
you
problem.
don't like. Binger
Having
is
this
just,
witness testified
you
to
know him from
observations
school,
8,
don't you?
9, 10, and 11. That is the exact scope of the court's order. Shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. I have no problem with him testifying as to items, observations 20, 21, 23, and 26. Those are the 4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is
Yesterday.
beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things. We talked about these limitations. There was an agreement among the parties as to these limitations, which led to your order, Your Honor. And now the defense is going around that order. And
Mouse cat.
I asked the court to think back to what's happened procedurally in this case. That FBI video didn't come
It's a great
around
joke.
until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was
Exactly,
typo,
Wendy.
which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
I quibble with counsel. The
Quibble.
FBI video was made available to counsel over 3 months ago.
That is
I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside. And
Come on, Judge.
at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. And I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
I think it was November 2nd, Your Honor. I'll pull it up here.
This is bad. If the judge sides with Binger here, this
By
is
Mr.
bad
Binger.
start of the day.
It was.
And
I
I-
submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objection.
Okay. Okay. I am. Here it is. All right. Now I say the order without objection and without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. As you know, we try a lot of cases in here, and because it came in without objection, I signed it, thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing.
This is looking good.
What I had in mind when I
Brilliant.
haven't looked at if there is even a transcript in existence. I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode.
Wicked.
And not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to the specific numbers on this observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making?
The judge doesn't like him. It's
Go ahead.
brilliant.
I have to say, Your
Fuck
Honor,
you,
yesterday,
Binger.
I was
That's amazing.
the target of your ire.
The face
for
you're making.
disregarding your orders. Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I submitted.
You don't
that
tell the
draft
judge
of
his
that
job.
to the defense. They had an opportunity to review it.
Yeah,
They
you
have
just
an
said all
opportunity to
this.
object to it.
Yeah,
We
you
do
said this
all
now
the time in the
thrice.
court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that,
Every time
or
he
they want to
talks,
expand it,
his wife's
there was
fanny
plenty of
dries up a
opportunity
little bit
to
more.
do so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is improper. Here is our version of the order. They never came to the court and said the proposed order needs
Sounds
to
to
be
me
amended
like you
in some
didn't listen
way.
to what the judge
They
just
never
said.
responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so. They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert that they feel they need to get in. Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object. They did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties argue about things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Dauber hearing.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's an issue.
Fuck you, Binger.
This specific,
I did. because
He
there
just
was
called the
some back
judge a
and forth
referee.
about The extent of the use of force issues and all that stuff. And I said, well, what about if we just agree, Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the shots and the sense making. And I then drafted this order.
And then
You
used
gave the
enhanced
defense an
video,
opportunity to
which
object.
changes
They
all of
didn't.
this.
You signed it. And my recollection, and again, I know you referenced the transcript, but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In event 1, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In event 2, the shots of against the unknown assailant Gieber. So
Yeah, you're right.
there's nothing further in his preliminary report.
Go on, keep
about the
pissing him off.
extent of
Keep
this
pissing him
entire
off. Keep
time.
going.
This exhibit 142
You want a shovel?
goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st. It goes well beyond what we talked about at
Defense.
the Dauber hearing. It goes well beyond what we agreed to that day, and it goes well beyond this court's order.
If I understand correctly, what's
Don't change your mind.
pursued by the state at this point is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds. All of which is, every second of which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom. That was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state? Are you suggesting that what he's about to testify to, or may testify to, is going to be different with respect to the new periods of time?
Oh,
With
yeah.
respect to the particular.
Are
period
you
that identified
scared
in the order
that
you
it,
drafted?
what you said is wrong?
Or, and that's number one, as to whether there's prejudice to the state. Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between the periods of time that might be more fully covered by the examination of the entire time period, because those are the principal issues. We're here, and you've practiced here. You were assigned here for quite a long time.
You know about law, you lying
And,
bastard. Hello, Neil.
I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to, I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things. Well,
Hello, Alan.
I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who
He just told
was
the
tormented.
prosecutor, I want to know as much as possible, implying
motion
the
to
prosecutor
dismiss
is
the
trying
reports
to
on,
Conceal
proof of
information.
venue, not just proof of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time periods within that less than 5 minute period, or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report. And I don't want to say late, although
Binger's going to change his mind now and go for a different angle.
Then I'm going to allow
Fucking brilliant.
the testimony to be given.
So shut up,
Let me
Binger.
respond, Your Honor.
Please.
Yesterday,
Wanker.
as I said,
Oh.
I was under the.
Give up,
No,
you
I don't wanna
obnoxious.
talk about-
Ah!
Why don't we
I think
just?
it's a fundamental fairness issue, Your
I
Honor.
don't
All right,
wanna-
so what do you want to say?
If I'm being held to obey the court's orders, I'm asking that the defense be held to that too. This is something we
Fucking
litigated.
hell.
Robert Hearing. We spent time on this.
You
Oh,
know what?
again.
I'm going to interrupt you, and then I'm going to let you talk again. But I was talking yesterday about the Constitution of the United States.
Remember
The
that?
Supreme Court
The Fifth
has
Amendment?
interpreted it for 50 years. That's not what we're talking about here today.
Ah!
This is a notice issue to the state. We have not been provided proper notice of this, and clearly if the shoe were on the other foot and we tried something like this, there would be quite a kerfluffle.
Oh, you're
So
telling the
That-
judge
that's
he's
why.
biased.
Um,
Keep going,
this
keep going.
is, as I said
Wind
earlier,
him up.
It's beyond even his preliminary report. Like he's
There you
just
go.
adding new things at the last minute like this. And this is not prompted by new drone footage or anything like that. There's no mention of drone
Hey,
footage in
Custard.
the report. So to fall behind the excuse of, well, other new evidence has come forward, it doesn't change the fact that this is an expert. There are notice requirements for experts. There has been no notice of this issue. We've already litigated this, and now the defense is trying to expand it.
He really does,
direct
John.
Violation of the court's order. One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, just say the same stuff again and again. Keep winding him up. I like it.
I also wanted to point out that.
No, you didn't. Your colleague did.
One is a supplemental report that apparently Mr. Black prepared on October 24th, according to the date. We just got it yesterday. So again, another example of late notice here. I understand that the court wants to hear, or wants the jury to hear, the timing from the beginning of whenever we start to the end, whenever we draw that line. I understand that. There are other ways for us to do that, of course. We can take other videos. They all
Pete.
This expert is not needed for that. I don't think we're going to need that time frame down to the hundredths of a second. I think even tenths of a second, even 1 second is probably
Right,
close enough for the jury to understand
right.
this is not something that took days or hours. It was a matter of minutes. So I think they can already get that point without this
Hello,
expert's
Honey Monster.
testimony. The one specific item of prejudice that I do want to bring to the court's attention is in exhibit.
Oh,
exhibit
something
1.2.
else.
As I pointed out earlier, there are characterizations here.
Well, I agree with you there.
The jury don't like this bloke.
Doctors, I assume he's using it for to pinpoint particular events, and I agree with you. He's not going to be permitted to do that.
Okay, so I want to be, again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and that I'm understanding things clearly from the court.
Prick.
There are, for example,
Yep.
observation number 7 on 142 has a characterization of.
Hello, old
You're
oak.
right.
behavior. That will not be allowed?
He's going to have to find some way to express that that
Not using the word
is not conclusory.
change in elevation.
I'm not gonna try to let you do it in a prudent way, and if there's an objection, I'll deal with it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do think his objection is well stated, that there's some conclusory language in there, which is to be
I can
avoided.
refer to, they're queued up. I can refer to, if he objects to that, I can just refer to it as 7.
That would seem to be unobjectionable.
Wanker.
Things where we're just going to show the jury that item, that moment in time, they can see it on the screen, then we don't need a witness to tell us what we're seeing. That
Well,
make it easy.
I'm not, you know, I can't anticipate what he might ask or what your objection might be, so I'm not gonna try to.
He's not
I would
psychic,
also
being like you
begin by
think you are.
objecting to observations 15. 15,
As it means to the description of the event that he gives?
yes.
Yeah, I think any of his descriptions are going to have to be
No, Ian, but he implies it all the time.
illusory on his part.
Yesterday, the judge went, "Don't get brazen with me."
Point to the particular moment in
Brazen.
time and say, this is at such and such an hour, I don't know.
Can I list the ones that I want to raise?
Oh, fuck
No,
off.
because you can
No,
object
you
when it happens.
can't.
Because maybe, see, if I rule on everything now, then,
How does he know what the
then,
defense are
I
going
may
to
talk
say?
about things that may never become an issue. And
Exactly.
I'd rather, the jury's in the library now, and I'd rather get them out here.
Okay. One final thing, Your Honor.
Oh, for fuck. This is good. This is good because the jury, look, I don't want to talk over this, but he's not saying anything of interest.
Software.
As much as everyone in this chat doesn't like this bloke, the jury are sick of this. They've been here for fucking hours every day, and they're sick of this bullshit. They don't like him.
Do you have any, just your program?
Look how much of a nicer, likable bloke the defense is.
How much is a little bit of time?
That snivelling little rat and his little comb-over colleague there are a pair of pricks.
My understanding is I can go back in and relabel everything based on this.
You know what? I'm just trying to get the jury out here. How long are we talking about? Not why it's gonna take as long as it will. How long will it take?
To relabel everything, I'm guessing about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
In
okay.
order to do the reports, Your Honor, that'll take a little bit longer.
Okay. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be a big problem. Before your cross, you should be able to at least get the basics, okay? Anything else? Ask the jurors to come on, please.
Right, so the jury are coming back in, knowing that Binger has been keeping everyone bored senseless. That's them, not me. Little super chat. That looks like my man Carlson. Let me see if I can find that. StreamYards is screwing up a little bit my end because it's probably never been used so much in the history of the internet. Everyone's streaming this.
You probably can't.
I think the. You answer your question, Your Honor, I do that.
To make them only the numbers.
Okay.
That's what
Ask
I'm.
the would you ask the jurors if they tell us?
I just hope that at the end of all this, he can get that
And tell them I didn't-
witness
sorry, I didn't turn
to
on the-
sum it up quickly in like a line. Hello, Carlson. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Binger. Be condescending to the flipping judge. See how well that'll go for you. Then again, it's good for Carl. Carlson, yesterday, it was incredible. The judge he said to him, he said, "Don't get brazen with me." And thanks for the donation, Carlson. And for people who didn't see it yesterday, that Binger, that absolute Binger, he started bringing in evidence. That's for Mrs. I'll have to deal with it. He started bringing in evidence of things that Rittenhouse has said, had not said by having his, by maintaining his silence, his Fifth Amendment right to silence. And the judge went fucking haywire on him. Hello, love.
Hello,
Darling, I'm making video.
I'm asleep.
All right, love, I called you earlier. Why you wake me up? Why you call me when you're asleep? Are you dreaming?
I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
Bye-bye, love.
Bye, darling. I love you. How nice is that? She just rolled me up and went, "I'm asleep. I love you. Bye-bye." Ain't bad, is it? Not bad at all. Now's your chance to show me how grateful you are and chip into my new computer fund. The computer I want is 2,800 English. I've got £49. Although I'm going to have a look, because while we're in this little break, for people who aren't regular scrubs around here, a lot of us have been investing in indexes, and I've kind of moved out of the indexes. I've done a few in and outs, a few week trades. So I got in, made a few hundred, got out. So I'm gambling a bit. And I put it on my Telegram because I want to remain transparent. I have invested a couple of hundred into Shopify, but do your due diligence. This is for entertainment purposes only. Shopify has gone like that over the last couple of years. Usually when a stock rockets, it's not a time to buy. But weirdly, a lot of people, including the Motley Fool, whose predictions have outpaced the Standard & Poor by something like 630%, they're saying Shopify is still a buy. And I also invested in Spotify. Now, I'm only talking a couple of £100. However, after that, I heard that Elon Musk is selling, or has sold, I haven't done my research today, 10% of his Tesla stock. So let's see what's happening with Tesla on the back of Elon Musk selling 10% of his stock. Why would Elon Musk, he did call Joe Biden a puppet though, Elon Musk. Tesla, let's see where they are on the 7 days. Down 12% in the last 7 days. Up 0.34 today. I mean, you've got to have the right temperament for investments, because if you look at it every day, you'll be like, oh, it's going down. But indexes especially, these are at least 5 years, 5, 10, maybe even 15-year investments. But I have to say, my free trade at the moment, out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stocks I own, and out of those 13 stocks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are indexes. How can I show you this without doxing private information? Well, all of them are up. They're all up apart from the NASDAQ 100, which is the top 100 tech companies in America. Oh, actually, on the month, the NASDAQ 100 is up 11.28%. On the day, it's down 0.4. So pretty good. Give me a 1 in the chat if you got on free trade. I know that about 40 of you have. Give me a 1 in the chat. No, probably about 20. Actually, I can tell you if you used my link. I can tell you actually. Let me just go back to my general investment account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 37 of you, they're the people who use my link. Give me a 1 in the chat if your free trade is looking good, whether it's predominantly green. 1 in the chat if your free trade is looking good. I mean, I've had scrubs email me and say, thank you so much. I'm $2,000 up on like 3 months invested. And it's like, sweet, sweet. Other people have said, really, and this is a real interesting thing about investing. Doesn't matter whether you're investing tens of thousands or tens. One of the things it's done for me is made me more frugal. Oh, shall I go and get another pair of shoes made? In Cambodia, you get a pair of handmade shoes for $60. They're quite nice as well. I'll show you them. I had a pair made before I was doing all the stock work. These are the handmade shoes. The shoes I had handmade. I've been wearing them, so they're a bit dusty. Classic look, classic Oxford. Sorry about the lighting. Leather sole. I've got a rubber front put on it. Fiddle waist here. Can you see that in the light there? There you go, a little fiddle waist there. 40 English pound, handmade, bespoke. In England, that's at least 1,500 quid. However, my point is, rather than go and get another pair of shoes that I don't need, I think, well, hang on a minute, that's 40 quid I can put on a index. Leave it there for 10 years, it could be worth 4 grand. And when I'm 60, that 4 grand will be fucking good. And I'll tell you this, for anyone here who doesn't know about this, going on historical charts, if you adjust for inflation, if you'd have put 750 English, so about $1,000 a month away for 15 years, for the last 15 years, you'd have over $3 million now. Now, if you do that in England with your ISA, and your ISA can take 750 a month, you can put up to 20 grand in your stocks ISA. That 3 million, tax free. So if you're 30 now, find a way of getting 750. This is not rocket science. Standard & Poor, NASDAQ, FTSE 100, FTSE. Email me if you want some entertainment only advice. I'm not a professional, but if you're 30, 20, find 700 a month or 500 a month that you can invest in those stocks. In 15 years time, you'll have about 3 million tax free. This isn't pie in the sky. You can find this information all over the internet. They teach kids this at Eton and Radley and all the usual suspects. Your state schooling, not so much. Be a plasterer. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a plasterer, but be a plasterer and invest some of that money. That's the bit they don't tell you. So you're living hand to mouth. You're living fucking paycheck to paycheck. That's the difference. Another couple of super chats have come in. Wonderful. Just checking the entropy. Done duck boy, done mouse cat. So look down here. Lovely to see 140 people in here. Me and you are going to fall out, Mr. Long. Mr. Long is suggesting my missus, who he refers to as my bird. You know this video I'm making, my best mate's girlfriend. I was thinking of calling it my best mate's bird, but that would then limit it to about a third of the British public, and all the Americans would be like, what? Is this some kind of ornithology video? It's a fair point, though. Hang on, where's that? Pete says, Jesus, I bought my stepdaughter a laptop the other day, 1,300. I thought that was dear. Yeah, but I need one that can process and render videos. I write on it as a writer. I run my business on it. I YouTube on it. This one is 9 years old, and it's holding on. I want another one like this that's going to last me 9 years, because this is a rugged extreme. You can throw a pint of water over it. You can drop it 6 foot onto concrete. I need that. I've got a stack of laptops out there that I just break. Normal laptops, I'm not good enough. I'm just not delicate enough for them. I need a rugged extreme. And this one I bought was reconditioned. Anyway, it's all a bit dull, but I do need a new computer. That goes without saying. Hello, Jays. You looking after Twitch over there? Or maybe that's what he wanted that money for. Hayden, there once was a man called Binger who went on a date with a minger. Took her to his gaff. He gave her a laugh because his knob was as small as his finger. Nice one, Hayden. Cheryl Peters. A gift towards a new computer. You deserve it, and so do we. I don't want to milk the new computer. This one will see me, I reckon. You know, it does. It's working now, but it crashed this morning, and you know, it should be able to handle a few YouTube tabs open and a bit of live streaming. But it's all right. I'll get it sorted. I'll work out some kind of blag. But thank you, Cheryl. That certainly helps. Machano Capricciatato. My boy Tom says, fuck me, I'll probably be dead in 15 years. Well, me too, my boy Tom, but I'm thinking my missus is less than half my age. And she wants kids, and so do I. So as I get to 60, I'm the breadwinner. My missus can't read. She's teaching herself, bless her, and she can speak English that she taught herself, bless her. But she never went to school. She was out working when she was 4 years old, collecting plastic off of the streets of Phnom Penh for $1 a kilo. And so if we've got kids, I don't want to be on my deathbed thinking, what the fuck is she and my kids going to do? What are they going to do for money? What are they going to do for education? What are they going to do for housing? I don't want that. It terrifies me. So I want to get these investments in so that I said this to her last night because the conversation came up about money, and she's really good with money actually for someone who's never had any. You know, I put a little bit. I got her a bank account. She didn't even know what a bank was when I met her. When I met her, she had her first go on an escalator, and I said to her, I said, "Listen, when I'm on my deathbed, I want to be able to look at you and our children and say, right, you haven't got to worry about money." That's what I said to her. You haven't got to worry about money. So while I get your point, Tom, and you might be in a different, my boy Tom, you might be in a different situation to me. If I knew I was dying, and I won't be going to the, if I get some horrible disease, I'm not going to hospital, and I'm not going through all that shit. I don't want to know that. Oh, you got 2 years. No. I don't think the human brain is. I don't think the human soul is cut out to know that you're going to die in 2 years. What a horrible way to live the rest of your life. Just wear out and die. I mean, you don't have to agree with that, but that's my stand. I hate hospitals. I've seen hospitals keep people alive who didn't want to be kept alive. My mate's dad used to have to wear a nappy, and he was so pissed with it. He was saying to them, "Stop keeping me alive." And they were like, "No, it doesn't work like that. Come on, get some more drugs in you because we'll get some more money out of that." And what he used to do, he used to eat as much as he could. And when the nurse come in, he'd shit so hard, it would shoot out the back of his nappy up above his head. I don't want any of that. I don't want it. I want my final years, and I want to know that if I do have kids and my missus are going to be looked after. Because if I had those final days thinking, shit, I fucked this up, what's she going to do? Because let's say it's in 15 years and I'm 65. She's going to be what? 28. And, not trained, no education to speak of. Oh, no, that would terrify me. That would absolutely terrify me. I don't want to game a laptop. I don't game. I'll tell you the only game I play, it's like a Fortnite rip-off that's very big in Asia. It's called Free Fire. You can get it on your phone, and weirdly, I'm very good at it because I used to be a gamer in the 80s with my Spectrum and that. But I keep deleting it off my phone because A, it's not good for the headaches, and B, even when I win, when I put the phone down, my hands are shaking. I'm like, fucking hell. And then I'm like, nah, delete that. That was 30 minutes wasted. I don't want to do that again. And then a couple of weeks later, what's the zeros, ones, and twos in the chat? Not quite sure what they are. Is someone asking about who's? Oh, it was about the free trade, wasn't it? Okay, so some people are doing very well. Oh, Aramas, Robin Hood. The only difference really is you don't have the tax-free ISA, do you? In England, you can put 20 grand a year into your stocks ISA, and if that turns around, if you earn 100 grand out of that, that's tax-free, all of it. No capital gains, no income tax. You're allowed to just earn that. It's brilliant. Where are you based, Great Hadoken? Where do you live roughly? Martin Davis, can you post a link again? Yeah, I'll drop it in there now. Hang on, let me just dig it up. This will crash my computer, you watch. Shouldn't do. If everyone could just take a deep breath, we should be all right. Fuck me, it's slow though. Shouldn't take this long to open an email account. 1 second. Hilarious. First thing I see is space upper marks. Down, up, squeeze. Down, up, squeeze. I'm squeezing like you do when you look in the mirror. I'll put my link in here. If you use my link, I get a free share. So do you. Between £3 and 200 quid. In fairness, most of them are about 3 or 4 quid, but it's free. And then you get a link that you can give to your friends, and then you get a free one and they get a free one. Now, for full transparency, being a YouTuber, of course, I've had about 30 people use my link. But like I say, most of the free shares are like 3 or 4 quid. So 30 of them, it was about, I've earned like 120 quid, but they're all going up. But those free shares don't go into your stocks ISA. That's your general investment account, which is a slightly different thing. But free trade is so easy to use. In the old days, to buy and sell shares, you need a brokerage.
Come in, please.
Oh, it's all starting again. I'll put the free trade link in the chat. But believe me, it's easy. You sign up to free trade. It's going to cost you £3 a month. Then you link it to your bank account or debit card. And then when you want to put some money on your free trade, you top up. Then you find the stock you want to buy, press buy, tell them how much, and you've got it. And as long as you don't put over 20 grand in your ISA, that's all tax free. This is silent. I haven't silenced it. They're not talking. No, Howard, but I hear it's coming. Martin, the free trade link is in the chat. I'll put it in again because I know how these things can work. But if you want to talk to me about what to invest in, I will certainly give you some links and I'll tell you where to go to get the information. But, you know, it's indexes, really. Indexes are collections of companies. So rather than, you know, putting your money on a single company, you're putting it on the top 500 performing companies in the world. That's what the FT, the FTSE all world ticker is. It's the top 500. I think the top 500 performing companies in the world.
We're back, and
Here we go.
how long was that 5-minute break?
Nice one,
we're gonna be on our
Connor.
best behavior from here on in. Mr.
The part of the UK I reside in is Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
Back up. The time calculations.
I've got to have
I
a wee.
asked you
I can
to
still hear.
perform
Thank you, Connor.
Of the events of August 25th of 2020 from what we would refer to as, I'm trying to find it, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP now. Oh. Is that jury on? Is this TV on?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that say in Chinese?
You'd have to.
It's just a screensaver of kanji, Your Honor.
What is it?
It's just a screensaver of a certain type of kanji. I do not. No.
Dr. Black, from, as I said, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP, till observation 31, which is now going to be labeled STP. What is the total amount of time of this event?
2 minutes and 55 seconds, approximately. It's calculated out. There's a bunch of variables in there, but approximately 2 minutes and 55 seconds, slightly under 3 minutes.
Please show video PSSP, screen 3.
Can you refer to it by number, please?
Observation 3.
Observation 3.
Bigger. Gala number 2.
Now, have you done anything to change this video?
No, sir. You'll notice in the screen it's at 100%, 1280 by 720, and if you wanted more knowledge about it, it's at 30 frames per second, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay,
But it's unchanged.
please play the video.
Okay, this is just a still frame, sir, that you want.
Okay.
There. But I can play from here. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Obviously.
It's going to have to finish processing for a second.
Rendering.
Stop, please. Now, that is in this calculation of time, that would be the 0 frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that what at this point here, that would be approximately where what you're referring to as the 0 frame. That red mark would be the 0 frame.
Okay. Now, the next observation 4, which is JRPK. Did you do anything to enhance this video?
No, but I'm going to have to, with the numbering while we were gone, you're asking for an observation that's no longer sitting in this. I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking for.
Well, in the Exhibit 142, observation 4, we've agreed to label it JRPK.
Right, but okay. As part of what happened with what we had discussed, the observation 4 that's on here is no longer in the menu to the left. If I have to, I'd have to bring it back. I can get you there.
Is observation 5 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And observation 5, the event described has been labeled BBTB. Has anything been done to enhance this?
No, and this idea, as I'm bringing it up, in answer to your question, there's different places where observation 5 that you're referring to is being shown in different videos. This is one of those.
Okay, please play this video. Stop. Going to observation 7, which has been now labeled JREC. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Now can you go back to the,
I will.
you ready?
I am.
Can you play that, please? Stop. Now, this screen is the start of the gunshots that have been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
For what's been referred to as event 1, that is correct.
Okay. And using your program regarding sound and video, you have determined how far apart shot 1 and shot 4 were, correct?
I have.
And that's by using the frames per second and the audio graph?
It's a combination between them both, but yes.
Okay. And if I label shot 1 as 0 time, when does shot 2 occur?
Approximately 3/4 second by the different timings, 0.739.
Wait, I want to get shot number 2
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry, my fault. The second shot using shot 1 as a 0 point would occur 0.263 seconds after shot 1.
Okay. And what is the time between shots? What is the second and third shot?
The time between the second and third shot would be 0.247.
And the time elapsed between the third and fourth shot?
The time between the third and fourth shot would be 0.229.
And the total of those 4 shots fired by Kyle Rittenhouse occur in what amount of time?
0.739, or again, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Amazing.
Now, the shot, you're looking at this videos, excuse me, is not, those 4 shots are not the first shot, correct?
The first shot within the soundtrack around that time, those 4 shots are not the first shot that I hear within examining this video. That is correct.
And how many shots or shot were heard before those first 4 shots?
Well, there's gunshots throughout the evening that I examined, but there's one clear shot that's heard prior to that.
And that occurred how many seconds before shot 0 or shot 1, which is the same shot?
This is important because it shows
So
Rittenhouse
the shot, you referred to 2 shots as shot 1.
wasn't
Shot 0. The
taking
difference
pot
between what we're calling
shots.
The first shot and then shot 0, is that correct?
Well, no, what I will refer to as the Zeminski shot. Council, we agree that the first shot was Mr. Zeminski. The Zeminski shot to Kyle, shot 0.
The time between the Zeminski shot, as you referred to it, and the shot attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse as his first shot would be approximately about 2 3/4 seconds. Again, I can look at the exact thing if you want. I just don't have the
That's
time in
fine,
front of me.
sir. Now,
We talked about it,
going
Pax Max.
down to screen 15, what we have labeled A1ST. Can you find that, please? Now, is this a still shot or a video?
This is a marked frame within the video stream.
Hey, could you back it up, say 3 seconds?
I appreciate your offer, RMF, but there's issues being out in Cambodia, which means I can't do that.
That's approximately 2.5. Is that enough?
Go back just a little bit more. That's good.
Okay.
And would you play that?
That's good advice, RMS.
Stop. Now, that observation, according to Exhibit 142, took place 28 seconds after the beginning of Mr. Rittenhouse leaving Car Source 3.
That is correct. There is an assumed time in there also.
Okay, and tell the jury about an assumed time.
So when looking at these videos,
What one did I miss,
have
Rags?
no continuous video stream that takes me from event 1 into the front end of what we're calling event 2. There's a gap. So what I did was I took a look on the video, event 2 that we're looking at right now, that you've seen is referred to before as the BGO video. And I measured a distance at the pace that Kyle Rittenhouse was running, jogging, whatever we want to refer to it. I have a known distance and I have a time that it took him to run that known distance. Because I also have another known distance where he came from in the prior stuff. What I did is I applied basic math saying if it took him this long to run this, I'm going to just take that same time of running over here. And then what I did is I put that
Hey,
in
Packer.
as the gap.
Nice
to
one,
fill it
Emma.
in. It does not address if he may have stopped or anything else in between that. It simply addresses if it was a constant state of motion.
Now, and what was your general I don't want to say general deviation, but what number did you
Good
come up
work.
with?
Good work,
Basically, I
yes,
used,
Charles.
9.05 or 9 seconds. So I allowed 9 seconds between the first part of it, and that's what's in the calculations. And again, those calculations are to add into the total time. Those calculations would not be, for example, time between shots or events that are on the same video stream, because those are known frames per second.
I done
times
Connor's
certain
one,
time
people.
equals certain time.
So basically, your calculation was that to run the distance of 150 feet, it took Kyle approximately 9 seconds.
Correct.
Now, what we've labeled the beginning of event number 2 was screen 15, which we just played, and that is depicting an individual on screen where Mr. Rittenhouse's hat is knocked off. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next event, which is screen 16, which we have labeled A2ST, could you go about 10 seconds before that and show that?
On your
So
end of year
screen 16
self-assessment,
serial notice, it says
it's
11:50.
declared as ISA profits.
Approximately 10 seconds earlier.
Or get your accountant to do it if you have one.
You know, that's plenty far back.
You want me to play at this point?
Please.
Nice one, little bullet. Sucker punched. Look how many people are chasing that poor kid.
Stop. Did you do any slowing down of this observation?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show me that? What you just played for the jury was real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's a slow motion version?
Yes, much like what you saw Senior Examiner Armstrong this year, which is about to be played.
The one that made it look a lot less aggressive.
No. Stop.
That's
Good lad. Fuck them communists. They were trying to kill you.
Slow
Geezer held a
motion, screen
Glock at your
16.
head. 12 Angry Men is a great movie about juries. Great call, little bullet.
Is this the one you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
I'd be fucking running as well, mate.
Yes. Can you go back, please? We lost
Sure.
our both of them. The wrong one.
I mean, the geezer's carrying a AR-15. If he was there to kill people, he could have turned round and taken them all out. All of that crowd chasing him. Bang, 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 bang. He's been around guns all his life and have no problem shooting all of them. He wasn't there for that.
Watching it on? Is everybody watching it on this one? Oh, there it goes. I don't know why it's not coming up on that one.
Lovely, Simon. Good to know. Oh, without a doubt. I think the judge is on the side of the law, and this shouldn't have even gone to court. It wouldn't have done if we weren't living in a communist world.
It's got nothing to do with the other.
The media put this into court. This is a media show trial, and fingers crossed it will backfire for them. This should never have gone to court. Not a problem. Not a problem. I'm not a professional, but I can put you on to people on the internet who will, and I can give you some little tips. And if you can get a few hundred away every month and just sit on it for 15 years, you'll be laughing. Historically speaking, the value of stocks can go up as well as down, obviously.
There. Thank you, Doctor. Is it on this one also? Okay. Now, please play this screen in slow motion, Doctor.
He really is Flamadilla, though. He really is.
Stop. The next screen is 17, which we have labeled KRLB. Can you bring that up, sir?
These communists, they saw a bloke carrying a weapon and they thought, this geezer's a Trump supporter, kill him. The pedo said he was going to kill him. He said, I'll fucking kill you
And
later if I
go
catch
ahead.
you on your own.
Stop. This video, have you slowed it down for analysis? Could you please bring that up on the screen?
I just opened
And
a
what speed will you be playing this at?
This one is
There's a tight summary to all
done
this.
at a quarter speed.
Okay. And you have taken the sound out of it?
The soundtrack is not present. That's correct. Sound, since it is, as I explained earlier, uncompressed, the sound would not sync up when you slow it down.
Okay. And so then you would hear sound of gunshots, but not when they're occurring. Is that a fair statement?
Any of the sound that you hear would not be when it's occurring.
Okay. Please show the quarter speed video.
Absolutely, Carlson. I can't say that, but you're absolutely right. Cenk Uygur said he went out there to kill black people. Madness. Stay here. Oh, nice flying kick to the head. Yeah, you deserved what you had coming, mate. Maybe don't kick a bloke carrying a AR-15 in the face. Don't hit a bloke round the head with a fucking skateboard, you piece of shit. Imagine just whacking him round the head with a skateboard for doing nothing. Go and have another pop at him. Here you come. Look at the Glock in this geezer's hand here. Rittenhouse raises his gun. He puts his hands up. Rittenhouse lowers his gun, and then he points it towards his head, and then he gets his arm blown out. There's the Glock at the head. Boom. Ha. Fucking communists. I don't give a shit about you. Thanks, Carlson.
Now, using this video and the audiograph, were you able to figure the times of certain events in event number 2?
Yes, sir.
My mic shouldn't be off. Is it still off? Can you hear me? I've been talking loads. It says my mic's on.
From
Can you hear me?
time, strike that.
Exactly that, mouse cat.
There is
Yes,
what's
Flamadilla.
commonly referred to as jump kick man entering in the video. Do you know who we're talking about, Doctor?
I do.
And
Can you hear me?
when you analyze this video,
Fucking hell.
did jump kick man kick Kyle in the face first, or the first shot?
Thank you,
go off
people.
before the kick.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order regarding this witness.
Fuck off.
It seems to me the jury could. You're asking him to make an identification that the jurors could make themselves?
It's ridiculous, isn't it,
I'm
Dennis?
asking him, based upon his video analysis, what happened first? The kick
Hello,
to the
Livy.
face in the first gunshot in event number 2, or the gunshot in event number 2, and then the kick to the face?
Come on, Judge.
Overall,
Let me ask the question.
Yes. Based upon your analysis of the video and
He was
sound
here
analysis,
earlier, Shane.
what occurred first? The kick to the face by jump kick man to my client, or the first gunshot?
Hello,
Based on my
Dubpa.
analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
Good,
And
good.
After that was Kyle's first shot in the second event, correct?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, after the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
Okay.
Excellent.
And that happens, I mean, thousandths of a second after. They're very close in time, correct?
They're absolutely very close in time.
Amazing.
Shot
This is
number
good.
one,
This is
using
what we
that
need.
First shot at jump kick man as the zero shot.
Oh, hello.
How much time
Hi.
elapsed from the zero shot to Kyle Rittenhouse second shot at jump kick man?
From
Yes.
the beginning time of shot 1 in the second event till the point of shot 4 was
Exactly, Duck Boy.
5.468 seconds.
Here's the
Are you
question.
looking at the exhibit?
If Rittenhouse hadn't
am.
have started letting go of rounds, he'd be dead today.
And maybe
He
I'm
was-
misunderstanding
They
your
threatened
question.
to kill him. They hit him
have
twice with a
The amount of
skateboard.
time
A geezer held a
elapsing
Glock to
from
his head.
the zero shot
He'd be dead.
to the second.
He's
shot.
not dead
Okay.
because he acted in self-defense.
I think I know what's here.
Kyle's second shot in that event. I'm crossing references, and I apologize.
To make this as clear as possible, the first shot in the second event between that time and the fourth shot in the
Sorry,
second event
Linda.
is
I get a bit heated.
2.933 seconds.
Got it.
Likewise, little bullet. Nice on
And
donation.
How many of shots were fired in event number 2 in total?
For the shots from what's been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse for
Oh, I've missed a donation from
The timing
Anglo-Saxon.
between each shot. So
The butcher.
Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'll keep it constant. Kyle Rittenhouse, shot 1 is at the zero time, correct?
if we use that as a zero timer starting point, we will call that zero.
Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse, shot number 2, which was directed at jump kick man. How long after shot 1?
0.602 seconds.
Shot number 3, which is the strike, the shot to Anthony Huber. How long was that shot after shot number 2?
nice one, Anglo.
1.933.
And the last shot,
Been loving them.
Mr. Huber's shot to Gage Grosquist's shot was how much time?
Okay, and I'm going to back up on this because I want to make sure this is absolutely clear for the court. Again, 2.933. In one case, we're talking the gap or time between shots. What I just relayed was the time between shots.
Exactly ready.
Total time of all shots was, again, my first answer, 5.468. So this is just clarification for the court.
And so the total of this event of shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
And
This is good. This is good summarizing.
that ends at screen 27. You just roll this.
I have 26.
Okay. Which is shot number 4. KRS4.
All right. Check that one out, people.
Go ahead.
you want it played here, sir?
Yeah, if you back up about 2 seconds.
And do you want it played in this size or back to normal?
By the
That
way,
size is
people,
fine.
that there
And
is a
a
Glock,
factor of
as said
the
by the
speed,
witness
please.
who got shot. This is a bloke that got shot in the arm. He admitted to having a Glock,
That
and
would
that's
be at
why he
normal
got shot.
speed.
This is all actually making loads of sense. Look, there you are. You see the gun there.
Approximately the same point. Slowed down.
When he puts his hands up, Rittenhouse lowers his gun. And then he points it at his head. See, hands up, gun lowered. And then he goes in with the shooter, and Rittenhouse says, "No, fuck that." Boom. You had what's coming to you, lying
Go forward
bastard.
until Mr. Rittenhouse gets up, please.
And by the way, people, that geezer that got shot in the bicep wants 10 million off of the state for his injuries. It's in his interest for Rittenhouse to be found guilty. So proud of Carl Rittenhouse. I'm so proud of him. And when there was no near and present danger, he went straight to the
Based on your
police.
video analysis, after this time, does Mr. Rittenhouse fire his weapon anymore?
No.
And from here, Mr. Rittenhouse leaves and continues north down Sheridan Road till he gets to a police officer squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that time
Yeah, that's the other
and
weird
getting
thing.
until he arrives at the police squad car to surrender, how much time is that?
Yes, New Adam, great comment. They know the police leave him alone, which they did this night.
Doing quick math, approximately,
Yeah, I think
1
someone was
minute.
winding me up, Pete.
and 26 and about 3/4 seconds.
So 126.75,
Approximately. That's just doing quick math.
understood. Now, you were in court yesterday to hear the testimony and cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
I was.
And you observed the
Jays, I'm going to
demonstration
stop
that the
streaming on
state
Twitch,
put on
mate. I've just got a
in
message saying it's no
showing
good.
frames 476
Join us on YouTube.
to 500 in the BG of the scene video, correct?
I did.
And 476 to 500
Nice
is
one, Emery.
how many frames per second?
Well, depending on the video that they were showing, my understanding, my recollection is correct, is they had told us that it was 30 frames per second.
Okay. And at 30 frames per second, that would have been less than a half second of actual
Yeah, I
action.
think it's a double Windsor
Correct?
Viking woman, which is an interesting
Again, the numbers
choice.
being 476, is that correct?
476 to 500.
Right, so that would be 24 frames at 30 frames per second. If it was 30 frames per second, it would be approximately 3/4 of a second.
And Doctor, when one looks at video
Yep.
as
Yes.
a
Oh, blow
depiction
rocks.
of an event, does that necessarily show what the actors in that video were observing?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is the video that
Overruled again.
The
Shut
short
up,
answer is
Binger.
It's impossible for it to do that.
Amazing.
Describing it to you the best way that I can. Imagine, well, you were just doing it. All of you were looking at a video screen, a depiction. It's a known focal length from you, yet you can see from maybe, if I go halfway between the jury, about 12 feet, and that stays constant.
Woohoo.
And then you look from that distance all the way out to 50 yards.
This is brilliant.
Everything in that frame is at the same exact moment of clarity.
Undermines
But your
the
eyes can't do
prosecution's video evidence.
The other thing is you're looking at 2 actors in this case, maybe 5 or 10 actors that you were looking at, depending on what each one of you chose to look at. So the video can't tell you what each one of you were looking at. And it can't tell you what either actor in there was looking at, attending to, nor perceiving. Putting that in its context, though, video has absolute benefit to an analyst.
I don't think they
to
will,
help us
42.
understand what was objectively occurring. And that's the way that we use it. And that's, in my argument, the way it should be used. But it also has potential limitations. And I think you actually heard Senior Examiner Armstrong speak to some of those limitations. Camera movement, movement of people, lighting. So, for example, we can brighten it up a little bit to clarify. You can't do that with your eyes. So the short answer is video has great value, but it is not the experience or the perception of the people involved in the event. It can't be.
What is the difference? I mean, video is
Good
two-dimensional.
call, Spike.
Yes, sir.
And reality is three-dimensional?
At a minimum.
Okay. And how does that not translate, if you can opine on that?
Absolutely. So for the members of the jury, if you were to just take and pick a point that's maybe about 6 feet in front of you, maybe on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and you're also to pick a point over here.
I
and look at
sense
it.
an objection.
I want you to have both of those points in perfect clarity at the same time. Now what I want you to do is I'm holding up my glasses, so I've already told you what it is, but I want everybody to sort of look at the same point you picked on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and then while you're completely focusing on that, tell me when my glasses drop.
Depth of field, depth of field.
We can see that in the video. We have the luxury of hindsight. We have the luxury of going back and taking a single frame. Think about this, 30 frames per second. Blink of an eye is approximately
Hey,
a third of a second.
Where's that comment gone?
In the blink of an eye, 3 frames have gone by. And we will sit here and examine a frame for moments, minutes.
Nice one,
Who
Shane.
knows how long an examiner looks at it. That's not wrong. We should be doing that. That's due diligence. But we also have to remember what was the limitation
No
of
worries,
the
mate.
actors
You got to
involved.
work.
What were they looking at? What could they have
Good
even
call,
have seen?
Bullet.
What were they attending to? What was happening to them? This goes back to the area of sense making that you heard the counsel speak to. And then more importantly,
Where's
when we
that
get done with
comment?
it, we bring it back up to normal speed and say that's the best it could get, regardless of all the slow motion we do to it, enhancing of video levels, clarification, light, all those types of things.
Lastly, Doctor, the shots in event 1 took less than 1 second, approximately 3/4.
Yes, Jack.
Approximately 3/4 of a second.
And the events, like event number 2,
Yes,
the 4
Doc.
shots in event number 2 took a total of 2.93 seconds, correct?
That's incorrect. They took a total of 5.468.
I apologize.
2.933 was the time between.
No, it
the third and the
isn't.
fourth shot.
There's 171
So
people watching.
The total between the 2 events of shooting is less than 7
I
seconds.
mean, they might be hiding people from finding it, but they always do that.
Are you asking if you were to put both those 2 figures together?
Yes,
Yeah, it's about 6.5 seconds.
I have nothing further.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. That was worth all that. That was
We need to
worth
wait.
it.
No, okay, that's
I
fine.
don't think they'll cross him. They got nothing to gain out of crossing him. There was a very funny comment. Oh, is he going to cross him? He is. What?
Do you want this off screen, counsel?
No, you can leave it up. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
He is going to. Oh, this should be
You
fun.
indicated earlier that your law enforcement experiences in the state of Oregon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have never worked as a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I have not.
And you were retained by the defense to provide expert opinions in this case, correct?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
cheers.
And you are being compensated for that?
Yes, sir.
What is your hourly rate?
It varies somewhere between, for certain tasks, $160 an hour and other tasks.
Objection.
$480 an hour.
Irrelevant.
And for your testimony here right now, are you being are you billing at a rate of $480 an hour?
No, sir, I'm billing at a rate of $320.
Fuck you, Binger.
$320 an hour to be here in court? to
Yes, sir.
testify? stated that
All right, read what Jen
when you
said.
timed the gap in time between what we are referring to as the Zeminski shot, that's the first gunshot in the incident between the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I am.
The time between that
Sorry, people, but trying to go for that. Oh, you're earning money from testifying. That's bollocks. Only a leftist would say that.
2 3/4 seconds, is that correct?
And I can bring it up exactly if you want.
He's literally accused him of grifting. Fuck off. Oh, I'm
So
sorry that I'm
here
a
you can
professional
see
and I
the
charge
first
for my
shot.
work. Hello,
Over here where
Kieran.
my cursor is moving at 24.61, and then the first shot here at 27.25. So obviously, if you go out to the hundredths, you see it down here where my cursor is moving, and I can take a look at my notes, but it would be the time between those two. So again, approximately 2 3/4, thereabouts.
Have a drink every
And
time Binger says AR-15. You'll be
You have
shit-faced.
also broken down the gap in time between the defendant's fourth shot to Joseph Rosenbaum and the time in which that first person comes up behind him and swings at his head. Do you understand those two events that I'm describing? If it's helpful,
Binger does
your
that in about
observation-
30 seconds.
So on the list of observations you have, observation 11 is shot number 4 to Joseph Rosenbaum. Do you see that?
Right. So if I understand correctly, we're asking for the time between 11 and 15.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't believe he's crossing him. Colonel Sanders.
I'm glad you're doing the math for me, by the way. 'Cause I'm not
I'm about to bring my calculator up in front of the screen for you guys.
You're so likable, Binger, with your little asides. It ain't working. No one likes you. He'll certainly be getting fired by his employers. Binger's on £2.50 an hour, still getting overpaid. Exactly,
So, rough
Globus.
math, again, about 1 minute 48 seconds, thereabouts.
So it takes approximately 1 minute and 48 seconds between the time that the defendant shoots Joseph Rosenbaum the fourth time and the time that the first person on the street makes, shall we say, physical contact with Mr. Rittenhouse?
And
Yeah,
I
noticed that
apologize
as well,
I was
Carlson.
doing the time between number 14.
There's loads
So-
of anti-Asian sentiment from
The
blacks.
time between, and just to make sure we're correct, 15 is the observation you're referring to, correct?
Yes,
And the time between observation 11.
yes. If it's helpful, Doctor, I'm doing rough math in my head. It appears to be roughly 59 seconds, about a minute.
48,
That sound about right?
48, 49, 50, 57. That would be correct.
Okay, so about a minute passes between
Nice one,
the
Carlson.
fourth
Good
shot to
donation.
Joseph Rosenbaum and that incident where you're pinpointing someone coming up behind the defendant and swinging at his head. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. You played a video in association with observation 16. Do you have the ability to access that video on the screens right now?
I do, sir.
Good point, Dillich. He is.
Do you have the ability to show us metadata associated with this video?
Don't pretend you know what that is, Binger, you twerp.
Do you know
Nice one,
who
John.
recorded this video?
Commentator.
I'd have to go take a look for the initial video that I took it out from. It will be.
Pundit.
Do you have those notes with you?
I'd have to go into the digital notes on this in front of it. I can find it for you, and it will be included in the report that was asked for earlier.
Okay. let's come back to that. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
And
it was
you
nothing.
also
That
played
was
for
Binger
us
wanting the jury to think he knew what he was talking about.
1/4 speed video. Well, the second incident is the one that
Look at the
for
size of
purposes
the knot in the
describing it, we're talking
tie,
about the second
Jens.
incident being the one in which the defendant fires 2
Never
shots
trust a man who
at
ties a
an unknown
peanut.
assailant who's trying to kick him in the face. 1 shot into the chest of Anthony Huber and 1 shot into the arm of Gage Grosskreutz. That's the second event that we're talking about, correct?
Correct. And if we're talking about, that would be the start of the video that you saw.
And this is a video that we've also referred to as the BG on the scene video. Is that right?
Yeah, BGO on the scene. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had the ability to show us this video zoomed in and at 1/4 speed. Is that right?
Well, it's not zoomed in as you see it here, but yes, I do have that ability.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So
do you
no.
have the ability with your software to do that as it plays?
As it plays, yes, sir.
Okay. So, for example, the one that's up on the screen right now, that is the normal speed version? Or is this the slowed down?
That would be the slowed, and the light levels have also been enhanced slightly.
Okay. And the version that we've got on the screen right now, that's 1/4 speed?
That would be 1/4 speed, yes, sir.
And is this video that you've got on the screen something where you could play it for us right now, starting at the point we see on the screen, all the way past where the defendant shoots Mr. Grosskreutz?
This isn't a cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
This is just playing the video of Carl shooting people again because juries don't like seeing people get shot. This isn't a cross-examination. This is roll the tape again, show the shots. But the defence isn't objecting because then it looks like there's something they care about. But this is just not, look, smash him over the head with a skateboard. This is a kid fighting for his life. It's obvious.
Can you pause here, please, Doctor?
Before you see the
At
Glock.
this moment in the video, do you have the ability to zoom in so that we can see even clearer the area between the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz? Could you move it maybe just a little bit to the right so we can also
okay.
yeah, right in there. Is that
Something like
is it
that.
something where you'll be able to keep the video centered on that location?
I can. You'll see me moving to do it, but I can do it as I'm moving. There'll be a little bit of a jag. It's not going to be smooth.
Would you be able to play from this point and try and keep it in as zoomed, as clear, as close as possible so we can see the defendant, Mr. Grosskreutz? Do you understand what I'm asking?
The goal would be to keep this and this in frame at the speed that's being played.
Yes, could you do that for us, please?
There's the Glock. Ritten raises his gun. Bloke puts his hands up. Gun goes down. Glock goes to Ritten's head. And Kyle says, fuck you, you don't get to shoot me. It's the only reason he played that, just to show him shooting again.
Now, Dr. Black, if I can look at your Exhibit 142.
Those other 8 people in that shot were all chasing Carl
You
Rittenhouse,
have a
by the
number of
way.
observation points there. I think there are a total of 31 of them on this list. Do you have that in front of you still?
Not metadata,
And-
metadata.
Observation point number 8 is the first shot that the defendant fires at Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And observation number 26 is the final shot that the defendant fires at Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Also correct.
Can you tell us the amount of time that passes between the first shot, observation
Geezer
number
is
8,
sleeping,
Joseph
look.
Rosenbaum, and the
Kipper.
final shot, to
Kipper.
Mr. Grosskreutz, which is
Look at him
observation number
sleeping.
26?
I can, and again, and just to make sure that I have the numbers again, we're looking for observation 26, correct? That's a stop point. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And your start point one more time, please.
Observation 8
8.
to observation 26.
Oh no, please don't even entertain a clip on. Oh God, you can imagine it and all, can't you?
Approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds.
In that 1 minute and approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds, the defendant
Yeah.
fires all 8 shots that we see. Is that correct?
He can't do it, can he?
Yes, sir.
Nice
You
one,
indicated
Carlson.
also, you've measured the time between the 2 shots that the defendant fires at the person who jumps and tries to take
It's
him.
quite nicely cut,
Yes, sir.
though, I have to
And you
say. But
indicated that the gap between that first shot to that
it has got a
individual and the
highly
second shot to that
flammable
individual was
label in the back.
0.602 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So approximately 0.6 of a second.
Yes, sir.
He's asleep, Wendy.
Now,
This
you
fella.
also
Oh,
have
he's just woken up.
the ability with
No,
the
gone
software
back.
that you're using to give us the data that's generated by that software. There's a separate report you can generate as part of that. Is that
Exactly, King
For part of it,
Corona.
what's referred to as a workflow report. So basically, the actions that I took upon a piece of video, the workflow, whether it's enlargement or these type of things. Those can be
Binger is a
generated.
state prosecutor,
And do you have the
Jess.
ability to generate that here today?
I'll point
You
him
want
out. Talking
It would
now,
take a
not
little
in
bit
this
of time. I
bloke.
can generate it. I wouldn't say that I could generate it today. I'd probably have to do it during the evening, but I can get them generated.
to- And that would show us.
That's
the
Binger,
work that you've
Jess.
done
He's a
to
bloke trying to get
modify,
Carl Rittenhouse
edit,
sent to
or do
prison
anything to
for
the
20,
videos that we're
30
showing,
years
what
for blatant
you've testified to so
self-defense.
far, correct?
Hence
Yes,
the
between
large
the
amount
notes,
of hate
as in if
for
I write
him.
down a parent file, and then this was changed from 30 frames per second to 7.5 using nearest neighbor with a crop like this, I'd be able to do that.
And you indicated earlier that you're being paid hourly for this. How much in total so far have you billed the defense for the work you've done in this case?
Oh, the grift.
Estimated at probably a little over $9,000.
Your Honor, we asked earlier for some
How much are you
data
getting
that you
paid
could
for?
generate for us. I'd like to see that before I finish my examination of this witness.
No objection.
So at this point, I'll pause.
No objection is good.
We could put on a different witness while that's
That'd be
happening.
great.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
All that done nothing for Binger. Absolutely nothing. Just, I mean, the jury know that people get paid for what they're experts in. You don't do this kind of stuff, for nothing. If you're not subpoenaed, if the state can't subpoena you, then you're asked to go there. You don't have to. Yeah, sure. I've spent 30 years studying this stuff. I'll come along, but I need paying because I'll be giving up time where I'll be working elsewhere to pay for my life. It's bullshit. That fucking grift angle is so. It's just. You're being paid for this, are you? Yeah, like the witness you called who's trying to get 10 million until he said he shot me in self-defense. Ridiculous. You're getting paid for this. Oh, here we go. Bit of eye candy. What do you think, people? Do we think I don't think she usually wears those kinds of clothes or that makeup. I'm guessing she's a leftist. Oh my God, yeah, I really am. The old meth struggle, although she will be nervous. That's what I thought, John. Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about this one. We'll see. I don't know. She looks quite.
Could you
She
please
looks
state
quite
your name, spelling your
sensible.
last name for the
Actually,
record?
Officer Brittany Bray, last
Nah.
name spelled B-R-A-Y.
the voice gives it
Officer,
away.
Were you employed by the
Educated.
Kenosha Police Department on August
Likewise.
25th, 26th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you have an occasion to collect some evidence?
Yes, sir.
And directing your attention to what we're referring to as event number 2 or crime scene number 2 on Sheridan Road. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if I show you some exhibits, you'll be able to tell me if you're familiar with them.
42. A free expert tends not to be an expert.
Just take a look at those and see.
No, she's hot. She's 8 out of 10 all day long.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, and what are they?
They are shell casings.
And are they all the same caliber?
Calm it down, Kieran. Calm
Yes,
it
sir.
down, son.
And are they all the same make or brand?
Yes, they are.
And those were found in the middle of Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And did you find or log into evidence any unfired bullets at that location of that caliber and that brand?
No.
If there had been an unfired bullet matching those empty shell casings, is that something you would have taken as evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Move those exhibits into evidence. No.
Okay, that was very interesting.
Now the
Yeah, but I quite like that, Henry. I like that in a girl.
what's that?
Nah, she's 8 out of 10 in my book. Tito wants to take her out for the day. I want to bring her home for the night. Let me know when you're done. Carlson, make sure you're all right, man. You've been very generous tonight. You don't have to always donate. I try and put as many messages on the screen as possible without overly interrupting proceedings, but thank you. I've just read your comment. Read that, people. Thank you, Carlson. If you slow it down even further, Carlson, you'll see the devil come out of Rittenhouse's soul. You must have been lying then, Willow. You were taking money in court. Awful.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit defense. Can you read the number for me?
It's a pizza.
983
Defense 146.
146. There you go.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a 40 caliber Glock 27 that I collected on scene.
The one that the geezer tried to shoot.
Sure, sorry. It's a Glock 27 40 caliber handgun I collected at the scene.
Okay, you collected that on Sheridan Road on the 26th,
Correct.
and it is still in the same condition and box you put it in.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as
Oh, this is interesting.
147.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is this going where I think it's going?
It
Good
was a
call,
magazine
Anglo.
that
Very
was
funny.
collected near the gun.
Okay, is that magazine loaded?
It is,
Did you ever determine how many bullets were in that magazine?
I believe, 9.
Is
Amazing.
that on the label?
The amount of bullets?
Yeah.
No.
And lastly, Defense Exhibit 148. Could you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the unfired 40 caliber round I found near the gun.
Okay, so there was an unfired round D148 found in the same area as the shells that were in the magazine and the Glock, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Did you ever look to see if they were the same make and model?
I did.
Were they?
Yes.
wow.
So, might tell like an obvious question or a stupid question, but
Say
at a crime scene, if you find an unfired picked that up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Amazing. Amazing. So the geezer got his arm blown out. That was his shooter. That's already been established.
I would move them into evidence.
Is there objection?
And I'm suggesting if there was a bullet found on the ground, he's racked it when there was already one in it. I'm guessing. Gun freaks, why would that come out of the gun if he hadn't fired it? Has he racked a live round out of it?
Good morning, Officer Bray.
Good morning.
Fuck you.
Did you collect any other guns or evidence? Well, let me put it this way: any other guns than what you've just testified to?
Oh,
Are you familiar with AR-15s?
ah,
Yes.
there's your first
How are you
drink.
familiar with them?
I own them. I've shot them.
Ah,
I've trained with them.
wanker! Wanker!
Have you ever had an experience where one
That's
has jammed on you?
amazing.
Yes.
Can you
I
tell us
own
about
one.
You have to clear it, usually to rack the slide back to eject the jam, whatever the round is that's jammed in there.
That's brilliant.
Send it forward, and another bullet would go into the chamber.
When you have to eject whatever's in the chamber, the thing that's being
Sorry for pausing it, people. You're not going to miss anything. He has been trying. He said AR-15 yesterday about 100 times. No exaggeration. He kept referring to it as this big gun. And he's just said it again. And this dear little woman went, yeah, I own one. That fucked him right up.
ejected. Is that a spent shell casing or is it
Could be
an
either
unfired?
or. Could be
Ah,
either or.
wanker.
We
Ah,
need to make sure we're not talking at the same time for the benefit of the
fuck
court.
you. She answered your question.
so-
You interrupted her.
In your experience, have you ever had a situation in which you have pulled the trigger,
Her
the round
experience
has
doesn't
fired,
matter.
but the spent shell casing did not automatically eject like it should?
Yes,
And then that process you've described would be the way of ejecting that spent shell casing?
correct.
I have nothing further.
You fucking idiot. You made no point at all. When he said then that we have to make sure we're not both talking, that's because he wanted to talk over her when she said either can happen. He didn't want to hear that because that has totally undermined his point. Prick. Have you heard of an AR-15? Yeah, I've got one. Yeah, I've got one. Like them. Absolutely sussed to pieces. He did not expect that. Yeah, I've got one. That's brilliant. He's so incompetent. Look at his face. Look at her. She knows it. Yeah, I've got one. Great bit of kit.
Sure, it's been previously marked as exhibit.
Explain, Cloud
Not
Glass.
this specific gun, but are you familiar with guns like this type?
What, when he re-racked the
And if
Glock?
one had a jam or had to clear, one would pull back
Cloud Glass, explain it, mate.
Yep,
right here.
correct.
Show the trigger.
Wicked
And that
guns, aren't
would-
they? AR-15s. I wish. Well, I can't go into the
Bullet that was
details,
here, correct?
but it's largely
And
lawless
I've got a
out here.
standard ruler that I was provided by the court from the back of where the charger sits to the end of it. 4
I've
inches.
got
That's
one. I
like-
can't believe she said it.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it all the way back and let it all the way forward.
Yes.
That was amazing.
Very obvious movement, correct?
Yeah,
Takes
that
time.
Yes.
Rittenhouse didn't have time to do.
Maybe cross.
Just one briefly. So
What colour's your
you
AR-15?
just fired that gun,
Mhm.
and that spent shell casing didn't properly eject. What would happen if you pulled the trigger then?
It
Again,
would go click, it wouldn't go bang.
so in order to fire the gun a second time after that, you would have to do that re-racking. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Nothing. That means, look at this geezer here, look. He knows that means nothing to the jury. That, you're a pair of pricks. Have you thought about changing your haircut and complete attitude to life? No, I haven't. Fuck off. Okay, no worries. I just thought I'd help you. I can't believe she said she had one. That was amazing. That was amazing. She's gone up in everyone's opinion. Look at that. Fucking hell. I'm bringing the mafia in. That was brilliant. Have you heard of an AR-15? Yeah, I've got one. I'm sorry to keep saying it, but that was excellent. Binger took a zinger there, didn't he? There you go, Carlson.
Yes. Sure, will you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Everyone loves her now.
My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez publicly. My last name Hernandez.
Oh, is this the
And Mr.
juror that
Hernandez,
got chucked out?
Can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work?
So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news. I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis.
I've got his
And I also
autograph,
do on-the-ground reporting, specifically on protests and the 2020 riots.
And as it relates,
Mickey Pierce used to drink in the Wat Tyler in Dartford.
were you in Kenosha?
Not the
on
character, I mean the
evening
artist.
of August 25th of 2020.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Baz.
were you there to cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
Yeah, she
I
knows
use
she's done
my
well.
iPhone, and I also use a body cam. And specifically on this night, that's what I was using to document the riots.
Now, after the 25th,
Hayden.
I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that fair? Was there a time after the 25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you
Some cracking
to
comments.
try to get a hold of some of the information that you had through video?
Yes, I don't remember his name specifically, but a detective did reach out to me.
Okay. If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything?
One of
for
the two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
This witness is
were
about
you
to
able
start
make
singing.
connection,
I know
in
what
some
boys
form or
like.
fashion with those
I know what
law
girls
enforcement officers?
like.
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, I don't know, not enough memory because the body cam footage is, over 50 videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States?
Yes.
And so if I have it right, you and law enforcement have kind of not been able to connect for some period of time after that.
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today?
I actually want an MP5 to be able to
yes,
tell the truth. I want an MP5. Heckler and
were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
And so my questions to you initially will be this. Were you kind of working by yourself that evening, or were you working with a team, or what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
You can't buy them, Duck
I don't know if
Boy.
you've heard this, but
They're all out of stock. Go to online gun shops and try and get hold of an AR-15.
Aware of Mr. Huber?
Some shops are limit them to one household. They're all out of stock.
No knowledge of any of these people.
People know you won't be able to buy them soon.
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Keep them coming,
Have you
people.
had an opportunity to look back on your videos to see if you had captured Mr. Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I have had no contact with Kyle Rittenhouse, but I have looked at footage to just go over it. Yes.
And does your footage capture any?
Nah, matching pocket squares, just a
maybe not
no.
personal
That's a
contact, but anything that
no
you saw
square,
Mr.
Carlson.
Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the
Sean, I
rioters
can buy
were
anything
going
out
head-to-head
here.
with police in front of the courthouse. And as they were doing so, the police then responded. I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the car source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being pushed down the street, they passed car source 2. And the rioters identified individuals with long arm rifles on top of the building.
I've done 1.5 of these already.
Immediately attempted to agitate them, to try and start some conflict with them, saying, "You ain't the police, you ain't the police." The rioters initiated that conflict.
Amazing! No, it wasn't speculation. He saw it. He's a witness.
You need to proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this: did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and then at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of car source 2 and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Amazing!
If I have this right, we've been all doing this for almost 2 weeks now. But this is the car source 2 or car doctor it has now been referred to. This is the place you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the first time that you had observed Mr. Rittenhouse, is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And you had said that you had saw him come out from inside the building.
Yes, it appeared to be.
And did you hear, did you just see him or did you hear anything he was saying?
I just saw him.
And what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying something, but I can't identify what he's saying, but he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
Hey.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe someone that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And do you recall, just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the rioters back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Probably thought it would knock over a few kids he could then
I'm
bonk.
going to show you it as Exhibit 149.
Nearly 3 hours, people.
Identify that
A
21
wave of donations would be
This is a
wonderful
photo
to keep
of
me
the event I just
motivated.
described.
Okay.
I ain't going anywhere
That's that
anyway, but you know, I like to keep the grid
That's a
going.
still photograph of a video.
It's
Yes.
not like that out here, Hayden. You do what you want. It's lawless.
If you can play that.
It's weird. I can't say too much, but trust me, if you know what I mean. Lovely people.
Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That's the world they want for you, people. Destroyed. America, the greatest civilization,
there's a person who's putting out that
built by
dumpster
Europeans.
fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall or can you tell whether or not that person, at least visibly, was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
Look at Binger's boat race.
And
Yeah, it's going downhill, mate. Rapidly. These are the people you're defending, Binger. Lovely. Quick advert for VLC
After that
media
video,
player there.
was
They'll
there
be over the
other,
moon.
Did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum?
200
then
million
doing anything
people
again
just see the
after
VLC logo.
Yes, he immediately
Buy
was
stocks
triggered and
quickly.
aggravated because an
Now,
individual.
why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as I think it's 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
Go home, communists.
Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of on the, will be on the right side?
Yeah, the paedophile there.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Lovely people. Stop fucking kids. Stop fucking kids.
So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to
You can imagine the jury are well gutted that bloke got killed.
observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And if you know, about how long before the
Convicted.
shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back,
Good witness,
is when
though.
I saw
Convincing,
Rosenbaum in the middle
likable,
of the street,
well
lighting a
presented,
trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a
and
t-shirt over his
clearly,
face.
clearly interested in the
I'm
right
gonna
thing
show you
happening.
What is red marked as exhibit 151? Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
But, and I might have you stop it. So.
Biden now means shut yourself. Oh, I've only got them Biden my pants. These cunts, they're such larping. These are adults. They're adult children. Look at them. Yeah, this is a revolution. Yeah, go Lenin. Just
Now,
go
can you
home.
tell me, is
Stop
this
burning
person right
people's property.
Do you know now that's Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
I didn't have a question. Do you know now that?
That's Mr. Rosenbaum.
All unemployed.
Now, was that Mr. Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum with that mask on that you had talked, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
Okay. And he appears to be walking. He's southbound on Sheridan.
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again?
I don't know about Kyle doing a statement outside of court. There'll be too many communist wannabe martyrs with nothing to lose.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. Does that person appear to be holding something in their hand?
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to have on something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
Well done, Antifa. You're not a fire starter. Twisted fire starter. Get a job. Fucking hell. Just when I think I've caught up with the chat, there's about 1,000 more. Which is a good thing. Good to see people into it. 180 people in here. Lovely to see you all. If you don't know, I stream twice a day. Most of the people in here know each other. It's a nice community. If you like reading, you can subscribe to my Substack. I write very dirty stories about very dirty people, usually me.
If you know, or based on what you saw, did the person here with the fire extinguisher and purple gloves, did that person react to anybody else that you saw at this point that was walking in front of him?
No.
Okay. Did you see him at this point? Was he, in your opinion, did he say anything?
Yes, if you play the video further, I believe you could hear Kyle saying or requesting if anybody needs medical. And the reason why it may not be shown on this is because it's body cam, but I could see this with my own vision as I'm walking down the street.
Okay, go ahead.
The media caused it, Giles. If it weren't for the media, this wouldn't be in court. Yeah, it's a good call, Jack. It's a good call. And the judge said they could. He said they couldn't refer to them as victims.
It appears this person here is
As you know.
Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that right?
Yeah, if you back it up a couple seconds, you'll see him even more clearly, and that is Joseph Rosenbaum, yes.
Now, when he was walking down the street, headed south on Sheridan, he was ahead.
I mean, remember, people, these blokes setting fire to bins are adults. They're like you and me. They're adults. You'd think that they'd have lives or something, you know. You know, you only get one life. Steady bullet.
Now, do you hear somebody say, fuck you, right?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain or make out who said that?
At the time, no.
No. And you see, right, Joseph Rosenbaum running after Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, that's nice, Martha. I do try and mix it up a little bit, but that's very kind, and I will try and do that.
At the direct
Thank
time
you,
of the
Martha.
shooting, yes.
I will
Did
definitely
you
do that.
see,
I'll mix it up a bit.
What Joseph Rosenbaum was doing as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse?
So I was at the corner of the car source, and the first thing I did identify was that Rosenbaum was charging Kyle Rittenhouse from behind. And then as he's charging him into the car source parking lot, a firearm goes off. You can see it in the frame at the top of the car.
Can I ask you this? Stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you hear that real time?
Hear it and saw it in real time.
Okay, go ahead.
And as
Hello,
the first
Westo.
firearm goes off, Rosenbaum is already charging Kyle from behind, attempts to throw a bag at him, not sure what's inside of it. And Kyle is right at the corner, right there, the
That's
car
what
source,
most communists
and turns
do,
around.
Carlson.
And Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes
Yes.
that night? Okay. Your contact with Kyle that evening was just in terms of what you observed, I'm asking. Did you observe him acting in an aggressive manner to anyone that you observed?
In no way, shape, or form. The first time I saw Kyle, he actually de-escalated a situation.
Amazing.
Did you observe him at
Cheers,
any time,
Chrissy.
that evening pointing his firearm at anybody or threatening anybody with that firearm?
No.
Could you imagine, Kevin? Could you imagine just trying to, contribute to society rather than just destroy it for your own failures? It's bizarre, isn't it?
Your Honor, I would move, I think it's 149 to 151. And I don't have any other questions from the jury.
Objection?
No.
Questions, Kevin?
They're going to cross him, are they? Nice one, Willow.
I'm told the food is coming along.
I've heard the rumor, Willow, that YouTube are going to disable the dislike counter, but it's only a rumor at this stage. I've heard nothing from YouTube. I mean, obvious why, because they're all getting all the left are getting ratioed to pieces.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Fuck off.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
Straight
So you don't
away.
live in Kenosha?
No.
You
Don't live in
don't.
Wisconsin?
You don't live here.
Nope.
How much you getting
came
paid?
up here because you wanted to cover the things that were going on in Kenosha
Yeah, it's
after
called
the
journalism.
shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots
Yeah.
by Antifa.
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video.
Stop
yes.
putting words into his mouth.
You've
Binger, you dinger.
made a lot of videos of what you consider to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, DC, other cities. Fair to say?
I haven't made them. I documented them.
Well, did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made, you recorded video.
Yep.
When I said
And that's
made, he
because
realised he was going to
you-
say I meant
And then you take
made.
that video and you post it where?
Twitter, mainly social media.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you earn money
Do
from
you
that?
have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
DrewHLive.com.
What is that?
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a news source? Is it
It's
a
an
blog?
independent website
Of what type?
for myself.
What the fuck?
You characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
Professionally meaning you're paid?
Oh,
Who pays you?
I
again.
am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a news commentary, breaking news website. They have their own apps and website.
Other than getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your
This
professional
grifting
commentating?
angle.
Is your Drew H Live website part of Real America's Voice?
No.
No, you said it was independent already, you
The
deaf
things
fuck.
that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on
If they want them.
what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real
Yeah,
America's Voice at the time.
yeah. Fuck
It's happened
you.
since.
That's not me.
Does
That's the
Real
cool
America's Voice have any sort of
political
political-
bias.
bias or
Yeah,
agenda or
well
anything like
done.
that?
What is the vote?
Yeah,
It goes to
objection.
the bias of the witness, Your Honor.
100%.
The bias. in what
Sustained.
respect? I assume that people, as I commented at the beginning, this is not a political trial.
Yeah, fuck you.
And
You've tried
I
to
don't
make
know how
it one, you piece of
isolate,
shit. Yeah, you can smile.
A person's
I
particular.
bet your ass is smiling
politics,
as well, isn't it?
And
Nibbling
that
away at
person
your
is
nylon
going to,
rayon suit.
evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on.
Your
Sussed.
videos that you have captured.
He's
of
sorry,
these
people. He
incidents
makes
that
me
you call
so
riots,
angry. He's a piece
they're
of shit.
very slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize
Oh,
them as
imagine not
Antifa, Black
liking
Lives Matter
rioters.
correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here.
I felt like it could have possibly been a riot on the first night. So when I showed up, it turned out to be a very violent riot.
And you
Ah,
continued
he's
to
excellent.
cover that on Sunday, Monday,
He's
Tuesday
excellent.
night.
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
Just to interrupt, the defense would have briefed him on what to say and how to do it, and he's doing a great job. This is brilliant. He's a really good witness.
Your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
Oh, you prick. What do you think? What do you think?
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared?
Yeah,
with
he
us?
just said
there's two.
Oh.
There's the body cam and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Mini me.
And when you recorded the shooting,
Where's
Joseph
your body
Rosenbaum,
cam?
where
Oh,
were you
where do you
holding
think?
your
The
cell phone?
back of his leg?
Okay,
Cheers,
so
Carlson.
the cell phone is, you're using your right hand.
Hey, no
above
cap,
your
Popeye.
shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Exactly,
shoulder-
Will. Exactly.
Same as my shoulder right here.
And the body cam you said was over on the left side of your chest. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Hello,
The
golden
video that we
toothbrush.
just saw had a single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That's because you're an
That
idiot.
means that there's two recordings of the same thing. And that's why I submitted to the defense and the prosecution the entire videos. There's maybe about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you
Why'd
is
you
what
ask him
just
then?
Watched.
Mhm.
Which camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that video edited?
Again.
No, I have not edited it, but it has been put together at the right
Nice
time,
on
the
Pete.
timing.
Who did that?
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
With the same timing and audio, but at the same time, it could also be seen, the jury could see for themselves. If they look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
That's what I'm
Ah,
trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness.
amazing.
What you said-
Amazing. We've got to see that again. The judge said, don't wave your head in response to the witness. And then he does a shitty little smirk at the judge. Judge won't like that. Check it.
Look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
Listen to the judge.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What you said, if the jury looks at the body cam footage, is that
Amazing.
separate from the cell phone footage?
Yeah, there's obviously two devices recording.
Well, in many ways,
And
broken
you're telling
silence,
us
they
that
are.
The video that we just watched. Can we have Exhibit 151 played again, please?
Yeah, good point, Grego. He really does, because he can't say what it is, because the jury don't like rioters. He's trying to link it back to Martin Luther King, civil rights, and it's nothing. It's got nothing in common with that. Quite the opposite. Nice one, everyone who's liked it. If you don't like it, Richard, there's plenty of other streams, son.
Mr. Hernandez, we have the video that was the last one played for you, Exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please? Now, as we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by two separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay.
Why
Is
can't he
there a
work
point
this
in this
out?
video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
About 2 minutes
Can we
away.
skip?
This is so full. This
2.5
cross
minute mark, I
section is
guess.
so falling apart for Binger. This is Binger's ringer.
Let's pause right there.
A little further back.
Okay, can we go back maybe 30 seconds? I don't know.
A little further back. Right. Start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay. Can we play from here, please?
Yeah, a little further up.
Why don't we hit play right now? Is the switch going to occur after this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Imagine the judge telling you not to shake your head at the witnesses' answers. As if you couldn't dislike the bloke anymore. Don't be an obnoxious little cunt.
Right there. Our little, oh, here it goes. Right there.
Same angle. Exactly the same. There's hardly anything in it.
Thank you. So what you did is you took a portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
It's digital, you dick.
Term from when they used to have actual.
Oh,
film.
so likable.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You can see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam.
Look at the hands wide apart, but they weren't. There was a matter of inches in it.
Your editing of them together.
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
Ah,
Through your
wanker.
attorney.
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison.
What's the relevance of this?
Hello, JC.
Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
Oh, again.
I would like to know.
Again, can you just note? Look at it. Look at the other prosecutor, head in his hands. Sorry, people. I will get it back up to real time, but I just wanted that again. Check it.
Through your attorney.
Yes.
That's
Edit
an attorney
hands.
that you
Edit
have
hands
out of
here.
Madison.
What's the relevance of this?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other
What's
people.
the relevance of this?
I would like to know why he felt the need to retain an attorney to provide video in this case.
What?
I think it goes to bias.
Who wouldn't?
I think it goes to credibility.
If you're
It's been asked of other
Let's take
witnesses.
the lunch break. We can talk about the case during the break.
It's so good. It's so good. Yes, Ori. That is so good. He went, what's the relevance of this? And he went, Judge, we've had a look. What's the relevance of this? And then he went, let's call a lunch break. It's so good. I mean, look, I know it's a lot of wading through a lot of old jank, but it's worth it for just those moments. That man, look, we've been joking. We've been taking the piss. I get all that. I will play it just in case they say anything. Look, he's having a word.
Where's it coming from?
And I'll get it back up to real time because I did rewind it a couple of times. But have it right.
The fact that somebody hires a lawyer in and of
hang on.
itself doesn't
Hang on.
make them biased.
Yeah, I don't see where, he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material that I assume he has copyright to. I don't know. I'm just assuming, but he's a business person. So I don't know if he's got
Of course, you'd get an attorney if you were submitting
corporate or
footage.
business interests in that. The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see where that probative of bias.
It's not simply that he hired a lawyer. He hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence in this case. The lawyer
was the intermediary that gave us this evidence. That was the, I presume.
Oh, so
and
the
I'd like to
lawyer's
ask,
got a political
I presume that
bias.
was Mr. Hernandez's choice not to give it to us directly. And again, there's been some testimony about him providing some things to the detectives by Dropbox and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now in the middle
You
of
can
trial,
ask.
right? And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney. He's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley? Is it Henley Burrish?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I got the name of the firm here, Your Honor. If I could.
If I just get my file of facts
Hurley
out.
Burrish is the firm. They are out of Madison, and the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert
No, it's
witness.
bollocks,
He's employed
Lawrence.
by the
It's
same
absolute
firm
bollocks.
that also is representing this witness. So I think that goes to bias.
Do you have an expert from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me? Am I understanding that right?
The expert did a phone dump. So they have an expert who does what you would describe as when law enforcement takes a cell phone and does a search of the phone.
Sure, okay.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone. And we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer client.
That's not me.
Right?
You know,
Extraction.
If you asked me to do a phone dump, in addition to thinking, I would have to go to somebody to comply.
This is
This is a
good.
law firm, Your Honor, that's getting presumably paid by the defense
Oh, the grift.
for expert witness services.
They're
and presumably
grifting.
paid by this witness.
Yes,
to
Linda.
represent him.
But the
There's
thing
a
is,
commonality
he doesn't
there,
even know he's
and I
doing
believe
it.
shows bias. Now, he
No
may
sense of
say it
awareness.
differently, the jury may say it differently, but I'd like to explore this, and the jury can evaluate how that affects the credibility of this witness. But it's not something where he's hiring an attorney to help him buy a piece of property or get him out of a divorce or something like that. It's
Yes, duck
directly
boy.
pertaining to the evidence that he's testifying.
Good
about
night,
in this case.
Linda.
Well,
I think someone else said
I-
good night, Linda. Are you going anywhere, Linda?
I mean,
Oh, there you go. Good night, love.
probably will allow this.
Gotta be late out
think
there.
about it for the next half hour. But I don't know if we're headed anywhere that's going to get us something of value. You're introducing on the subject of bias, which of course is bias evidence is admissible because it calls into credibility. The witnesses calls into question the witness's credibility.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
He's generally just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but I'll permit it, I think, somewhat, but
Tread carefully.
you're talking about his employing a law firm, and for reasons we've already discussed, there's going to be a limit. In fact, I think I shut down somebody I was told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Sharafisi asked about something, and I wouldn't let him do it. So it's going to be a closely watched door. All right, anything else?
What time do you want to say?
Let's hope for 1 o'clock. I don't know.
Well, that's
the
exactly
AM2
it,
isn't
Grego.
coming. Isn't on one of those boats in Long Beach.
That's exactly it, Grego, because the footage serves the defense. That's why he's trying to discredit the witness by saying, well, the judge won't let him bring up that attorney thing again. He'll shout at him if he does. It's now gone quiet in court. Good Lord, we had some moments there. My days. Isn't it weird? I can't remember who said it, but someone said that this geezer upsets everyone. But he's got such a lack of self-awareness. He doesn't even know why. And the thing is, it's not his face. It's not even his manners. because anyone can fall in love with any face. I mean, you when you understand his attitude, when you understand what a snide little rat he is, then you associate that with his face. So when you see his face, you think that. But it's just his whole approach to this. He's not trying to find out the truth. That's not what he's doing. He's not actually doing what the legal process is there for. He's not trying to find the truth. He's trying to concoct lies. And that's why he's dislikable. And that's why he pisses everyone off, because the transparency of that wish to concoct lies is so blatant. To talk about the political bias of an attorney, it's like you're the prosecutor. Do you understand that? You're not the defense. Do you understand the political bias there? And politics aren't on trial here. This isn't politics aren't on trial. What people believe isn't on trial. What's on trial is whether Carl Rittenhouse killed people as murder or in self-defense. But he's forgotten all about that, because he's like a nibbling little shit who no one talks to at the annual legal bar people's party, and he's trying to make a name for himself, which he's certainly done. He won't even get invited next year. It feels a bit like that, doesn't it, Brandon? It feels like just let him walk. Brandon. Carl said we could take Binger out and put him in a sauna. How much soy do you reckon we could collect for him to sell back to the liberal market? We'll be flush with cash. I'll get my new computer. I don't think you need to sweat it out of him, though. You just chuck him on the scales. It's pure soy, Carlson. Nice one on the donation. Let me just... Jambo, did I read out your £5 entropy? I agree with Cheryl Peters. You do need a new computer. Here's something towards one. I'm not sure if I read that out. Whoa! While we're on a break, there's a bit of good news come through. He knows what I'm talking about. I will deal with this right now. Bosh. Bosh. Like it when you get to see the workings. Like it when you get to see my back door. Pun intendiado. Kieran drops $50 and gives it the full John Francis good vid. Nice one, Kieran. Machano Capricci Tutti. And Brick Dictator's asked a couple of questions. I think he's just said eject the jam. I'm not quite sure what that means, Brick Dictator, but nice to know you've popped your head in. How are you, mate? Thank you very much. Oh, it didn't even get a full screen. Thank you, Kieran. That's very kind of you. Hang on, let me do that. Nice one, Kieran. Isn't it funny? While we're here, can we just acknowledge? Can we just acknowledge John Francis? About 3 years ago, when John turned up on the scene. I don't know if people know this, but John Francis is Hungarian and he's English. Are you off, Alan? Time for bed, is it? I think most of the Americans are going to sleep now. Take care, mate. John Francis used to write good vid, Gudvid, and it was just regular, and it was on loads of different streams, and now everyone does it. It's just like a local meme. The amount of times I see it, even if I watch another stream that I wouldn't have thought was anything to do with what us lot talk about, I'll see good vid. Do you reckon John gets it? He was here earlier. No, he's an absolute good lad. There you go. Kieran, thank you for that donation. Very generous, very kind. And you're a regular supporter of this channel, as everyone else is who's donated tonight. And thank you, Carlson. You've thrown a lot in tonight. So we've got a break. 3.5 hours we've been at it. Bloody hell. It's still relatively early here, so I think I'll do a bit more. We'll have a little bit more. I mean, the fact is I'm going to be watching this anyway, so I might as well see if I can entertain you in between. Let me see if I can find something we can watch while we're having this little break. Because when my computer got shut down earlier, when my computer crashed, hey man, what's happening? Well, when it crashed and I opened it back up, do you remember I was going through? Actually, while we're here, I stream twice a day, about 8:30 in the morning UK time, and then around 4:30 in the afternoon UK time. Usually between an hour and 2 hours. Hello, Paul. How are you, mate? We've got a nice community of people here. Most of us know each other. Been doing this a few years. I also make videos, not just live streams. They've fallen away recently because I had a few problems a way back. But if you're interested in reading, I'm also a writer. 150 people in the chat, like, oh, here we go. Link in the description to my Substack. Substack is a writing platform. I'll never monetize it. There's already 12 stories in the archive, so you can go and read all of them. Link in the description says Substack. If you put your email in, you'll get all the new ones as I write them. So as I write them, I press publish, it gets emailed to you. You can unsubscribe at any time. And the story that's coming out this week involves 1.5 kilos of Durban poison, about 100 old Bill, and me tripping. It's quite the story. There you go. Come on, let's get them out. Right, let me see whether I can find one of these things that I missed this morning. So when my computer crashed this morning, I lost a lot of the things I wanted to show you. So I'm going to see if I can find them now. I just saw the title of Jesse Lee Peterson's new video. It's called Black Lesbian Liberal Mess. I don't watch Jesse Lee Peterson anymore because it gets a bit repetitive, but I watch the occasional one. He's a very funny man. Oh, this looks like it might be interesting. Let's have a look at what the next news network is saying. I won't fill the screen with it. That way we can still see. Oh, look how slow that is. Fucking hell. Computer don't like it. I'll do that. Oh, that's not helping. Right, let me see. Bit of that. A little bit of that. And a little bit of... It's not liking this. Right, stop moving. Right, let me know if you can hear this, people.
Chuck Todd warns Democrats.
Can you hear that? Could you hear that? Because this looks quite interesting. Nice one, Max. Much appreciated. When am I coming to England? Well, I want my missus to come to England. I want her to see England. At the moment, it's going to be quarantines. It's going to be hassle. When we get there, it's going to be weird. Oh, you know, if I'm going to spend what is in essence going to cost about for the flights for 2 people, for the quarantines for 2 people, and the £3,000. Oh, I think they've quit that. I might have to leave $2,000 on the border when I come back because I'm not a citizen. I'm looking at about $4,500 to spend 3 weeks in quarantine and then 2 weeks in England. So probably not until all this has blown over. And I do think it's going to blow over. I'm not buying this new normal at all. I'm absolutely not. Once America sees that the rise of the right is a real thing, they'll fuck all this off and start realizing that they've got to sort something else out. So I don't really want to spend that kind of money that A, I haven't got, and B, if I did, I'd buy a computer until it's worth it. So that's the problem with that. Did you? Thank you, Max, for asking and for the donation. Could you hear that audio, people? This looks okay. We got yes. All right, so let's have a little listen to this. I like the Next News Network. This looks like it might be an interesting story. Let's have a look. I'm leaving it like that so that we can tell if the
Democrat
court
election
starts
nightmare
again.
could continue in 2022. We'll see what that's all about. Before we get to this report, welcome to the Next News Network. Take a moment to like, comment, and share. Hit that notification
like
bell
it
so
for
you're the
you.
first to know when news breaks. NBC's Chuck Todd talked about the grave danger the Democrats are facing in 2022, with a 13-point swing in favor of the Republicans in Virginia and New Jersey that cost the Democrats one governor seat and nearly another. It's a scary time for them.
I'm a bit
Now,
worried that's
many
all gone
Democrats
black.
wonder if Biden misread his mandate. That's something we all can agree on. Americans did not vote for socialism, and it is clear that many believe the country is on the wrong track.
Oh no, without a doubt, America is being run by communists. Sorry, people, this looks a bit suspect. Is it still live? It would appear to still be live. Okay, not a problem. We'll carry on with this. I mean, it is amazing that people are now blatantly referring to America as being under socialist control. Marx used the words socialism and communism interchangeably. Ian says, have a tickle more. Straight in is generous. Well, you have to be. Using Ian can't be. Nice one, Ian. Appreciated. Let's see what Chuck Todd's warning people.
John Hanson.
And by the way, people, when it's the midterms, I know it's a long way off. I'll be doing a 12-hour stream so that we can just love that. We'll be going over to the Young Turks every 30 minutes to see the salt flowing.
From the Political Insider reports on Sunday, NBC News host Chuck Todd again sounded the alarm for Democrats, saying they are in grave danger of losing big in the 2022 midterm elections.
No, without a doubt. So that's quite an interesting point because he's like a charlatan, isn't he? There's another bloke who looks a lot like this bloke, Billy. I love the Next News Network, but I have noticed that there's this similar sort of same bloke. Maybe they're brothers.
Particularly with respect to Republicans regaining control of the House. Todd made his remarks on Meet the Press. Take a look.
If you look at it from coast to coast, it was a warning to Democrats that their congressional majorities are in grave danger. Chair McCollum.
Let's remember a truck driver with a budget of 150 English, about 175 or 180 American dollars, won. If you don't know this, people, the truck driver won. I think Edward Durr was his name. He won. He won New Jersey. Now, the Associated Press, Reuters, RT, they all called it for the Democrat 4 days before the counting had finished. But no, Durr won New Jersey. It's historically been as blue as you like. But no, the truck driver is now in charge. He won the gubernatorial in New Jersey. All the mainstream media called it, and they were all wrong again.
Running for his old job as governor in Virginia fell a net 12.5 points off of Mr. Biden's 2020 victory, and that's
massive. That's a massive swing. 12.5 points. That's massive.
State. Even in victory, Governor Phil Murphy's net loss in New Jersey compared to what Biden got in 2020.
No, you've got that wrong. When is this? This was from the 12th? No. Oh, that might be.
Was roughly 13 points. Kind of familiar.
That's a different race.
So what happened? Was the standoff between progressives and moderates partly to blame? Probably. Did President Biden misread his mandate? Many Democrats think
no, they're communists.
Was the public sense that the country was on the wrong track a factor?
What do you
Clearly.
So many questions, Chuck. Just give it to us straight. The Democrats are making us all basically go down with the ship. They're not even giving us a life raft. It's at least the second time in recent days that Todd set the alarm bells ringing on Halloween. Todd said that 2022 was looking scary for the left, and that was before their total meltdown in Virginia just days later. Watch.
It's amazing.
Good Sunday morning. Happy Halloween. We have a brand new NBC News poll out this morning that's filled with some scary news for the Democrats. The overarching message: Americans have lost their confidence in President Biden and their optimism for the country.
What? No longer being energy independent and now begging OPEC, having an open southern border, food disappearing off of shelves, ultra high inflation, higher taxes, giving immigrants $500,000. What, you reckon? You reckon they've lost faith in this absolute farce of a communist? Call it what it is, people. It's a communist administration. Thank you, Deadbeat Chess. Did you see Anna Kasparian, little me from the Moomins? Yeah, I know the woman you mean. Admit she was wrong about Rittenhouse. No? Are you sure? I saw her just yesterday when Cenk was calling Carl Rittenhouse a bloke. Rittenhouse. He is Kenosha. Talking about him going there to kill black people. Has she actually said that? Good Lord, I'll have a look for that in a minute. Nice one, Deadbeat Chess. He drove a truck through the election. Yeah, no, he did. And Scorry, this is why you don't know, because no one's talking about it. It's tumbleweed in the mainstream media. He won. This morning, on this morning's stream, I showed you his campaign video. It's just shot on an iPhone. And at the end of it, he gets on a big old motorbike and rides off into the sunset. It's fucking wicked. Nice one, Deadbeat Chess. Al Mack, a lady for the lap dance. Sorry, I meant the laptop grift. Great stream, mate. Nice one, Al. Oh, you know, I like to do a little bit of saucy dancing, you know, keep the women happy. Someone's got to around here. Nice one, Al. Machano Capricitata. We're all good over there on entropy. Let me just check here, and then I will get back to this. It was on Tucker on Fox. Okay, let me see if I can find that, because you've kind of got the point with this. They're warning. This was from MSNBC. They're warning people. Oh, people are, you know, the people are getting a little bit scared. Yeah, they don't want communists running the place. They've seen their country go down the pan. America is now weak. The neo-Soviet Union, Putin's neo-Soviet Union is taking advantage of it, and China are taking advantage of it. If there was a war now, America's fucked. They're not energy independent. Now, they could probably turn it around and get it pumping again, but they're going to have to build those fucking pipelines rather quick. And not only did they stop the Keystone pipeline, they're talking about stopping another one that's already actually working. Right, okay. Anna Kasparian. Oh, here we go. Fucking hell. That came up quick. Anna Kasparian Rittenhouse. This will blow my mind. Here we go. Hang on. Is it this one? When you say she admits she was wrong. Oh, this is on Adam Friendage's channel. Is this the one you mean, Scorry? Well, we'll have a look at it anyway, because it looks kind of interesting. If I do that, no, I don't want that to happen. That's not what I want. Well, we'll risk it, because it's only a couple of minutes. Don't crash my computer, please, not now.
I was wrong about that. Okay, so I want to correct the record. I was, in fact, wrong about that. So look, these details matter because if you're going to make an argument that you acted in self-defense, there needs to be some.
One of the worst nose jobs in history. She can barely talk. Hello, Skin Scar. Good to see you. The truck driver. Yeah. He won the New Jersey race. I'm trying to remember his name. I just said it a while back. I think it's Edward Durr. And all the press called it for the Democrat. So she had a nose job, as everyone knows, because she used to have a big old hook, but she can barely talk through it. Listen to her. Carry on. Carry on, Anna.
Proof that there was an imminent threat. Now, what really mattered to me was how all of this unfolded. What was the thing that sparked it? What started?
Yeah, your business partner and the bloke who fantasizes about rimming you 24/7. He said that Rittenhouse went down there to shoot black people. Can we hear your comment on that?
started all of it. And initially, I was under the assumption that Rittenhouse was the person who was chasing after Joseph Rosenbaum.
Oh, great information to make your news network on. How can this woman? Hang on, let me just get my facts straight. What is it? The Young Turks. I listen to this, people. Most of you will probably know this, but the Young Turks, which is the news network that she's the main anchor with Cenk Uygur. The Young Turks is a name that was a gang of people, a militia essentially, that caused the Armenian genocide. That's who the Young Turks are. To give you an example, the Young Turks were to the Armenian genocide what the SS were to what happened in Nazi Germany, right? Regardless of what you think about all that, that is a fact. And this woman is Armenian. And she works for a company called the Young Turks. It's just a disgrace. I mean, anything for a few quid, Anna, eh? Keep it going.
That's how it had started. But I was wrong about that. Okay, so I want to correct the record.
Good, you're always wrong. It's no surprise to us. But can you believe she must go back to her Armenian family and, you know, family weddings or whatever, and they go to her, hey, Anna, I hear you work for a show called The Young Turks. And she's like, but they're progressives. And they're like, but the Young Turks, you know what they did to our people? And she's like, but they pay me a fortune, so shut up.
Was in fact wrong about that. And to show you the evidence to reinforce that I was wrong about that, I want to go to this video that shows how everything really started.
Nah, fuck off. You're wrong about everything, and we all know that. No one cares. Nice one, Scorry. It was nice to be able to give her a quick whipping about what the Young Turks were. Look into it, people. It's a true story. I'm a bit worried that we haven't got their little thing on the screen. Let me have a look and see if there's this. I hate all this because this is when my computer dies. 180 people in, lovely. No way, Willow. No. Couldn't go near it. Let's just see. I just want to make sure that no one else is broadcasting it and our people have quit. No, it would appear they've all gone for the black screen. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Let's see what Trump had to say about Veterans Day and a few other things.
On this Veterans Day, I'd like to pay tribute to all of those incredible people, and you are indeed incredible people, who serve so well and so strong and so powerfully in the United States Armed Forces. We love you, our nation respects you, the world respects you, and we will come back. Our country has gone through a lot. The last period of time has been very, very tough, watching what you had to watch. But our country will be back, and will be back stronger than ever. Happy Veterans Day. On this Veterans Day, I'd like to pay tribute to all of those incredible people, and you are indeed incredible people, who serve so well and so...
Nice one, Donald. I pray you get in. Carlson, news just in. The judge's ringtone on his old man mobile phone is proud to be an American. Look it up. Couldn't make it up. So the judge has got proud to be an American. Yeah, he's blatantly a patriot. He's made that clear. So I take it someone heard it ring, and that's why it all went. The sound clicked off earlier. Good call, Carlson. Yeah, I'm with you, Pete. No. She's such a bitch. Oh, okay, Rags. That's the one we look at then, without a doubt. My favourite streamer at the moment. Let's see what he's got to say about the situation. Is it on YouTube or Rumble or something? Rumble could be difficult. Oh, he's put a video out. Nice. Let me know you can hear it, people.
Now, what really mattered to me was how all of this.
What the fuck happened there? Sorry about that. Don't even know how that happened. Right, that's the one I want to play. Here we go. I can still see
now,
the.
what really mattered to me was how.
Oh, so Salty Cracker's playing this at the beginning, so we've seen this. So let's just forward it on to the Cracker.
To correct the record, I was in fact wrong about that.
Look at this Rittenhouse. Amazing memery.
Well, my friends, the son of a bitch has done it.
No, we're having that again. We're having a few Kyles more. Look at the memery on it. Amazing. Check it. Did you see it, people? Look, I'll give you the benefit of the full screen. Check this out. Just fire those meme cannons. Incredible. Check it out.
I was in fact wrong about that.
Brilliant.
Well, my friends, the son of a bitch has done it. That's right, the Kenosha Kid. When he's not keeping the mean streets of Wisconsin clean of pederasses, he's out there exploding the false perception of reality placed upon normies with one simple trick. What's that?
The Kenosha
Well, going to court, I guess. Going to court. So maybe this is more of the power of the heavy lifting of the live streamers from the law tubers.
Whoa, what's going on
a bunch
here?
of normies
I don't even know what's
obviously
happening.
thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist domestic terrorist killing blacks people in Kenosha. Well, how'd they get that? Because that's
Sorry,
completely
people.
wrong.
My computer
Well, they
is
got it
struggling
from
here.
esteemed members of Congress like the black woman Mrs. Clean reboot over here. That's right, Ayanna Presley. This tweet is going to get this chick Sandman. Holy balls. Let's make this bitch poor again. Here we have, again, this member of the House of Representatives, Squid number 3. A 17-year-old white supremacist domestic terrorist drove across state lines armed with an AR-15. Well, that's not even factually true.
Right, after all that confusion, we'll take that back a little bit so we can actually see what he was getting at. Sorry, people, it is computer failing. So we've just had a fistful of Kyle.
Well, my friends, the son of a bitch has done it. That's right, the Kenosha Kid. When he's not keeping the mean streets of Wisconsin clean of pederasses, he's out there exploding the false perception of reality placed upon normies with one simple trick. What's that? Well, going to court, I guess. Going to court. So maybe this is more of the power of the heavy lifting of the live streamers from the law tubers, because a bunch of normies obviously thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist domestic terrorist killing blacks people in Kenosha. Well, how'd they get that? Because that's completely wrong. Well, they got it from esteemed members of Congress like the black woman Mrs. Clean reboot over here. That's right, Ayanna Presley. This tweet is going to get this chick Sandman. Holy balls. Let's make this bitch poor again. Here we have, again, this member of the House of Representatives, Squid number.
I bear that in mind. This awful thing is a member of Congress. Listen to what she said about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Number 3, a 17-year-old white supremacist domestic terrorist drove across state lines armed with an AR-15. Well, that's not even factually true. Again, they keep perpetuating this nonsense because they want to make this an FBI's asshole gig. But Kyle Rittenhouse didn't take an AR-15 and drive over state lines with it. This charge has been dropped. This tweet is still up. It doesn't have any of these.
Yeah, if you want a little bit of the SP on that, as far as I can work out, because he couldn't legally buy that gun, his mate bought it. And his mate drove it there, and then Carl had it, which is not, you can't charge him on doing something he didn't do. That got chucked out yesterday, if I remember rightly. Someone in the chat shed some more light on that. But crap. God, the old computer's getting a bit hot here. Come on. Do what I say. Ay, ay, ay.
Misinformation or fact checks, of course, because it's coming from a proper. He shot, and who had what? Avengers Assembled. Avengers Assemble. Woke soy of Assembly BLM get together to affirm the value, the dignity, and the worth of Black lives. Fix your damn headlines. You're a propagandist. You're spreading misinformation. You lied to people, and you have the audacity to put fix your damn headline.
I've got a mouthful of galan, but can you believe that? He shot and killed 2 people who had assembled to affirm the value, dignity, and worth of Black lives. You know, that paedophile you saw set a dumpster on fire and try and push it into a petrol station. Well, if that's how you affirm Black lives, nice.
What's your fucking tweet? You absolute toxic avenger of a human over here. Look at this. Fix your headlines. Brrr. Okay. So, first of all, if you're a part of the Black Lives Matter group, you should be hyper concerned that 3 rounds were tossed into this Justice League of rejects over here, and you hit a convicted robber, a burglar, you hit a wife beater, and you hit a pedophile.
It's an amazing point. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't seek out these people. He didn't go out there and think, right, I'm gonna just gun down, anyone. He shot these people in self-defense. It just so happened one was a wife beater. It's just incredible. It's incredible. I'll have that bit again because it's an amazing point. You fire 3 bullets into random people and you manage to pick those 3. Oh, great.
Rounds were tossed into this Justice League of rejects over here, and you hit a convicted robber, a burglar, you hit a wife beater, and you hit a pedophile. You should be sitting there going, are we the baddies? Yeah, you're the baddies. You're the baddies, you dipshits. But this type of sentiment and statement being pushed out by, again, some cocksucker Goebbels over here is what is influencing a bunch of normies. A whole bunch of people have a false perception of reality around the situation because, again, people like this dickhead, the mainstream media press, and, of course, big tech oligarchs who won't even let you talk about Kyle on Facebook. They won't let you. You have to say something mean about him in order for the post to stay up. Well, how's that working out for you as the alt tech content creators are out there exploding your fucking narrative and ripping up your soy silicon ones and zeros? Take a look at this. Here we have Sarah Beth Berwick. Now, she's all over the place, and this tweet's about to get her fucking kicked off of Twitter. If she thought she was red-pilled by the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that's going on, probably watching it on Rakita Law's channel, wait till she finds out that she's been banned from Twitter for posting this. I'm a highly educated. She listens to NPR. I fucking know it. She drives around in a fucking Prius listening to NPR. We're going to put that aside for a moment, all right? Because this chick's being red-pilled, and we don't want to scare her away. But anyway, I'm highly educated and reasonably perceptive. And it was only today that I learned the Kyle Rittenhouse victims were white.
Fucking
My progressive bubble made this seem like a very different case than it is. No, it's not a progressive bubble. You are being propagandized. You are a victim of weaponized propaganda in an informational way. This chick realizes that we're at war. Oh, the first steps. Oh, look at this, boys. An infant in her red pilling. She continues. Let me add a few points. Number 1. All my friends and family are progressively, and I recently woke up to their hypocrisy and mainstream media bullshit. Welcome to the party. You're going to be so much
all over America.
It's a double-edged sword because you're going to realize that this fucking place is on fire, but you're also going to be in good company. We got all the fresh memes. You're going to love it over here. Even though that We recognize this entire place is on fire.
Oh,
we're still
God.
in a better attitude than these shit goblins on the other side.
My headphones have run out.
I admit.
Can you still hear it?
Paid much attention to the case. Number 3. If you hear someone called a who white supremacist,
You should be able to still hear that through the microphone.
Unless what? That's right. Unless you can't silence all of us content creators because this isn't even our final form. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you, Susan Wojcicki. You believe it unless you realize you need to question everything you've been told, which is what is keeping me very, very busy.
Let me know you can still hear that.
Welcome to the party. See, we used to teach children this. Before they even got to school, you got to question stuff. You have to question the Fauci.
Nice
You
one.
have to question the Cardi.
That's going straight into the mic.
All of these cocksuckers. Listen, when somebody on an ABC network goes, "What do you think that we're an evil group of secret cabal kid fucking cannibals?" Yeah, yeah. Why the fuck would you even say that? Why would just what? Of course we know. The only problem I have with that statement is that we know you ain't too secretive about it. Holy shit, you got to question.
Okay, hang on. You can still hear it, but it's a bit funny. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Me headphones run out. I've just hit 4 hours, so they were obviously already a bit down. Let's see how it sounds if we do this.
These people, which is why they say you can't question anything. Right?
How's the sound
Yeah,
now?
Fredo, I'm smart.
Cheers, John.
No, you can't look at these Hillary Clinton emails. It's illegal.
Mic controller
1212.
1212.
Source, right?
How are you, Dennis?
Cheers,
John.
You can't question Fauci. No, you can't question the science. Questioning the science
Very minor
is illegal
echo.
at this point.
Okay.
Just go out there and get your sixth booster
about that.
because the shot's super duper effective. Everybody.
Cheers, people. I don't think
You
I've
gotta
got a
question all
lot
these
left
fucking
in me,
people.
to be
All
honest with
these
you.
people
People,
have
it's
a
2
horrible
o'clock in
track
the
record of
morning. I was
success.
up at
They've been wrong on everything.
9 this
And
morning.
here you're
because the
seeing
missus had to get the early taxi.
This sentiment. By the way, the replies for this,
I'm currently
a bunch
on
of the
18
people
hours
for the
awake.
replies are sitting there going, "I had no idea either. I had no
Let's
idea.
see what's
Look, I did
happening
not know
over
that the father lived in Kenosha. I had no
Must
idea
still
that he had a
hasn't
connection to
started
Kenosha." Look at all these people being red pilled. Everybody in the comment section is like, "Oh shit, I didn't know that either. Holy fuck! I was told that Kyle Rittenhouse was a because of this fucking person. She needs to be censured. She needs to be kicked out of fucking Congress over this." They were telling everybody he's a 17-year-old who white
Mad
supremacist
these people have only
who
just
shot
learned that
3
they weren't
white
black.
people.
It's
Right?
absurd.
He went to a BLM round. Hey, nobody should be more.
I'm continually surprised about this. Where do you get your news from to find out on the 12th of November that the Rittenhouse victims weren't black? I mean, you must just be at the Young Turks. How do you not know the basic facts of this case and be tweeting about it? It's just absurd. Absolutely absurd.
More upset than black people at this point that white pedophiles are using the black card. They're using the race card. That's insane. You guys.
Nice one, Napa. There you
this
go.
is backfiring
We had
as
108
more and more
here at
people are
one
waking
point.
up because they can't
But I
silence
think
all of us
since
because they
the
can't
trial
stop the audience.
stopped,
The audience keeps going out there, making this content available,
We've,
keeping us sustained,
lost a
keeping
lot.
us funded, and pushing.
But now we're
this
back up to
information out
170.
to the
I think
peripheries
people are
of
having
this
a look around,
information
see what's
war
happening.
and
If
red
you-
pill
if you're
enormity.
here
We
for
got
the
another one,
trial,
boys.
people, we're just
Welcome to
waiting
the
for it to
party,
start
Sarah.
again.
Welcome to the party. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching the
There
video.
you
Support
go.
channel. You
That
kept us
was
up to date on the red
Salty
pill
Cracker.
enormity.
Apologies that it got somewhat distorted, but I was having all sorts of dramas. Nice to see Skin Scar got here. Hello, mate. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Well, here we go. Look, let's just have a. Look, they really are little bullet. I mean, when you hear stuff like that, I mean, yes, Billy, that is just absurd. So how do we reckon it's going today? How do we reckon it's going today? So from what you've seen so far, I mean, I can't imagine there's any more witnesses to be called. I can't really imagine there's more people coming. But who knows? Kevin Keener says, Chris, great show, mate. Please have a look at Catch the Pigeon. It'll make you laugh because you sounded like clunk. What do I have to search for that? What, the old cartoon, Catch the Pigeon? Catch a pigeon, catch a pigeon. You'd have to tell me what you mean, Kevin. I'm not quite sure what you mean. It certainly is, Skin Scar. The prosecution have had another couple of bitch slaps for doing terrible things and not respecting the law. It's been quite the show so far. Yeah, and he had a load of it yesterday as well, Carlson. So it's been wonderful. Skin Scar, the prosecution, Binger, has been, almost unbelievably dislikable, which is wonderful when you've got a jury. If this wasn't a jury case, it wouldn't matter. But when you've got a jury, these are humans. Humans, they respond to humans. And if you don't like him, you're not going to like his arguments. Now, that might not be the way law should work, but it's just a fact. If you don't like, listen, I've told you this. I've told many of you this plenty of times. Will do, Rags. I've told you this many times. When I'd done stand-up comedy for 10 years, I was pretty good at it. By the end of it, I was getting £1,000 a show, selling out 150 seat venues. So I was all right at it. The first rule of stand-up comedy: be likable, and I mean that, because if the audience like you, you can say anything. My first big solo Edinburgh Fringe show was called Sex Tourist. Now, weirdly, there was no sex in it. It was more about getting 2 ounces of methamphetamine stuck up my arse, relapsing on the stuff, buying a Glock, and getting into all sorts of dramas. My second solo Edinburgh show was called Sex with Children, where the children was actually me and a couple of my mates, because I wanted them to regain the power. But if the audience don't like you, you can't talk about things like that. You can't talk about going to Patong to indulge in sex tourism for comedy value if they don't like you. But if they like you, you can say anything. Now, that is the same in a courtroom situation. If you're not likable, people aren't going to engage with your arguments in much the same way they're not going to engage with your comedy. And not engaging with comedy means no laughing. If you're not going to engage with the prosecution, that means not believing. So far, it hasn't really... Not only has the judge had to call him out on many occasions, send the jury out, they know he's having a go at him. When halfway through his cross-examinations, he just goes, stop, jury go. They know why. He's having a go at that arsehole. You're doing things wrong. You're on a fine line here. He said that to him 3 times. And so they won't like him. And there's a lot of women on that jury, and they're really susceptible to that kind of thing, because women are more about people, men are more about things. So I think it's going really well for Rittenhouse. I think it's going really well for him. Could it be going better? Probably not. Actually, in truth, probably not, because you have got a prosecutor there. They're not stupid. He might be dislikable, but he's not stupid. And he's done his best to make the witnesses sound like arseholes and grifters. I can't believe that yesterday he tried to get Rittenhouse on the video games. If you didn't see it, he said games like Call of Duty. Rittenhouse just looked confused. And he went, yeah, but they're video games. They're not real. It was awesome. Sorry, I'm just putting a bit of the old magic white tiger balm on a mosquito bite the size of a halfpenny on my arse. Not right on my arse. That would be ridiculous. Right, has this started again? I'm not sure how much longer I can do, people. I'm running out of energy. It's not words, not motivation, just... Let's work it out. Up at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes, 17 hours. Man of my advanced years, that's a hell of a long time to be awake. Hell of a long time. And the voice is going. All right, here we go, though. I've just been motivated because it would appear we're going back to court. That way. Here we go. Oh, hang on, make that bigger. 160. We lost a few. That's understandable. It's understandable when it's nothing's happening. I think. Can any Americans in the chat, or well, anyone actually, what is this symbol? What is this a famous symbol for? This is a symbol for American justice, is it? Is this a famous American symbol? I'm not really aware of it. No, Billy, I've done that before. I actually got some on my glands once. Pete once got a massive bite to the helmet. They're not all bad. Oh, you mean mosquito? I had to tell the girlie that I was having a very brief fling about the unsettling lump. She ran off and I never saw her again. 21st dissident fills me in. It's the Wisconsin state symbol, state seal. Okay, nice one. Brilliant. LC 350. Got bugger all done. Cheesehead seal. I don't even know what a cheesehead seal is, but I like it. Carlson Coy's got a mozzie bite under his arse cheek. Well, that'll be your leg, wouldn't it? They are cheesecakers. Oh, okay. What is this animal here? Looks like an aardvark. When I said aardvark then, I suddenly thought, hang on, is that an aeroplane or an animal? Here we go. It's what we call Winskonites. Cheeseheads. Okay, nice one, 21st dissident. I like that. It's the cheese state. Is what? Because that's their industry, or because the shape of the state, or what? Anyone got anything more on that, or are you filling me all in with fake news that I'll pass on somewhere else and people will go, what? S. Giles makes a great point. It could be much worse. Lefty judge, incompetent defense, competent prosecution, lack of video. Yeah, that's several great points there, S. Giles. Several great points. And we've actually got the inverse, or should I say opposite, of all of those. Yeah, very good. Nice one, 21st dissident, for filling me in on that. That's really interesting, actually. Particularly cheddar. That's England. With regards to the Kyle case, I think the prosecution is being obnoxious on purpose. They want a mistrial and try again later with a more favourable judge. Now, I must admit, my understanding of US law ends here. A mistrial, I don't think you can get tried for the same crime twice in America. Surely that's the case. So if there is a mistrial, you don't get tried again. It's over. Can anyone correct me or confirm me on that one? If there's a mistrial, everyone walks. Don't excite us, just ignite us. Good, you're good at that, Grego. Funny bloke he was. There's a few stories there, I could tell you that. I found him once in the middle of the night climbing up a tree feet first. And I'll tell you what, listen to this. That bloke I'm talking about, don't excite me, just ignite me. Really nice bloke, mental problems, junkie, but really nice, really soft, not soft in like a beta way, but just kind, compassionate. And there was this other little junkie who was a right shithead. And I was round his house once and he overdosed. And I give him the kiss of life. This horrible little cunt. I hated him as well, but I thought no one deserves to die if I can keep him alive. So I give him the kiss of life, brought him back to life, and a year later, he killed the bloke I'm telling you about, jumped up and down on his head. And then I was stuck in the position that if I hadn't have brought him back to life, he wouldn't have killed the bloke who said, "Don't excite me, just ignite me." When he was asking, we were at a party. For people who don't know it, we were at a party, and we were all sitting on the stairs, me, the bloke I'm talking about, and this girl. And he'd only just come out of Nick. And he rolled a bifter, and he went to this girl, "You got a lighter?" And she went, "Oh." And she got it out, and she sort of lit. She done something a bit sensual with it. And he went, "Don't excite me, just ignite me." And like I say, I caught him in the middle of the night trying to climb up a tree backwards, feet first. He was getting nowhere, but he was trying. I went, "What are you up to?" He went, "Just trying to climb a tree," and I. But the bloke I saved killed him. And I thought if I hadn't have saved him, maybe he'd be alive today. So that's a bit of a bad one. Wendy says, it means you can be tried again with a new judge and jury. If a case concludes and a verdict is given, then you can't be tried again. Are you sure it's that in America? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just checking. Because I thought mistrials couldn't. But okay, nice one, Wendy. Here we go. A mistrial can be heard again. A mistrial with prejudice cannot. Okay, there you go. So I was wrong and right. I'll take that. Not that I need to be wrong or right, but nice one, Albert, for confirming that. And that's why he said earlier about something with prejudice. I noticed he said that. Nice one, Albert, and nice one, Wendy. Oh, no, it was awful. And do you know what for? Nothing. The witness who was in the room when he done it, the other bloke, he was just a skaghead. He just was gouging, laying on the floor, and the other bloke just stamped up and down on his head till he died. For nothing. Absolutely nothing. And didn't get nicked for it because the witness wouldn't tell anyone. Awful story. Really nice bloke as well. Funny as fuck. Don't excite me. Just don't excite me. Just ignite me. I had absolutely no interest in women whatsoever. Or men, but, you know. Okay, Billy. Yeah, that's what Albert said. Okay. Right. I wonder how my headphones are getting charged. They don't take too long to charge. I must admit. They're quite cool, actually. Why hasn't the light come on? That would appear to be some kind of issue. They're quite cool, actually, because I don't like to shill Apple products, but you actually charge the case and the headphones. So if you're out and about and the headphones run out, and you get about 12 hours out of them, but if you're out and about and they run out, you put them in the case, 20 minutes later, the headphones are charged again. And you get something like 3 charges out of the case, and it's only like a dear little thing. Yeah, they're nice. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we've had a bit of a confirmation on that. There's a shitload of prejudice in this one. I think I missed a super chat from Meganesia and someone else. Let me just go back and see if I can find that. If I can't, Meganesia, I'll be able to read it off of what's it called? Entropy. Let me just deal with the ones I can see. So much chat in the scrubs today. It's amazing. 165 people back in here. Lil Bullet says, for fuck's sake, don't count the chickens yet. Juries can be very unpredictable. Yep, it's a fair point. But the judge can swing it. The judge, the prosecution and the defense will have a summing up. And then the judge can say his bit. And the judge can stress things. The judge can sort of accent certain parts of the trial and to say, bear in mind this, bear in mind that. And you know, and also I think, and again, I'd need to ask the Americans, because I've certainly seen it happen in England. If the judge feels like the jury, if there's something, you know, if it's a, you know, if it's black and white, and the jury, it's probably a poor choice of words in the current cultural climate, and the jury goes all arse about tit, the judge can actually intervene and get other things happening. $165 back in. Henry Hill says, what what do you get hanging from banana trees? Sore arms. Nice one, little bullet for that last donation. Andrew French has dropped a lady. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Likewise, Andrew. I'm just losing my voice and I'm slowly running out of energy. I'm sure I saw Meganesia drop a super chat in. I'll read it off Entropy, Meganesia. Apologies, love. Oh, fuck. Even Entropy's going to need... I'm sure I just saw the judge's head bob up and down. I'm just refreshing Entropy. If it collapses my computer, don't worry, I'll be back in a minute. Don't want to have to keep saying that. I'm going to... Oh, I'm offline, am I? I don't think I am. Entropy's telling me I'm offline. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Sorry, people. Meganesia, if I've missed your super chat and I can't grab it from Entropy here, write it in the chat again without a donation and I'll read it out. Sorry, love. It all went a bit funny when I was trying to play the cracker. And if I missed any others, let me know. Oh, hang on. We might be all right. Hang on. They haven't started again, no. We're all right. God, my computer's going. I mean, it's nearly 2:30 in the morning here, and it's still 29 degrees. No, they've all disappeared. 2:00 in the morning here. They've all disappeared from my Entropy. So, Meganesia, apologies, love. I've missed that one, and it was quite a long one. So, write it again or words to that effect. And I will, I'll read it out. Sorry about that. I think I missed one anyway. Maybe I didn't, but only you'll know. But the chat is going so fast. Everyone's so into this. It's incredible. Good to see. Good to see a lot of chat, a lot of passion, and a lot of comments. I got John's in, didn't I? Nice one, John. Oh, actually, it would... Meganesia Sean. Danger. I collect artifacts, books, stamps, generally falling into two categories. Coming across a German legacy is demanding, though. You need a separate vault. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at there, Meganesia, but... I've got a load of German stuff at my mother's house because my mum and dad's best man was German. And over the years, they sent us loads of stuff up from Bavaria as well. Right, Rags, I'm going to check my Telegram. I've said it a few times. I will get there soon. Well, that's an interesting comment, actually, Spike. Spike says... I hope this trial changes our country. Yeah, that would be something. Albert looks like he has a good chance of walking, but if one of the deceased were anything other than white, he wouldn't have stood a chance of a fair trial. I absolutely agree with you. And that's why it's distressing to find out so many leftists have only just realised that they weren't black. It's fucking madness, isn't it? All right, we'll have a look at this. If I can get this on the screen. It's a bit of a risk, young Raganara. But we'll give it a go. Hang on, we'll minimize that a bit. Hi. This is always a bit risky because my computer ain't... Oh, it's my man Memeology. Hang on, we can risk a minute.
So we got...
Hang on, people. I mean, you can see the problem I'm having. Look at it. The computer's blowing air like nobody's business. Bah, bah. Right, I'll risk making it
Is
bigger.
the individual here that we talked? No?
Oh.
All right, let me know later if.
Sounds like
In
the
fact, see
trial
if the person
started. Now I can't
back
get
where
this
you
off
are.
the fucking screen.
And then I'll talk to her later.
Sorry, people.
So we got nearly a 20% more
Ready to
goods
go?
coming into the country than we did before the pandemic.
Ready to go,
Sorry,
defense?
people.
19 days.
Go. Here we go. We'll have another look at that, Rags, if I'm about after this next session. They're not saying anything. That's not me. I've got to have another piss. I've done 4 liters of water during the stream so far. I hope you have too. I've done 2 of these, people. Wee break. Right, let me see what power I've got in the headphones. Absolutely. Absolutely amazing. In just that short time, they're 90% charged.
Folks, you can be seated. And
so I'll put that. No, you'll have sound in a minute.
I
Don't
have,
worry.
Overruled the last objection, so go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
You had indicated
One
that
second.
you have provided with both the defense and the state with your full footage from the night of August 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that through an attorney from
Sorry,
a law
people.
firm from Madison, correct?
Yes.
And that's an attorney whose firm is also providing services to the defendant in this case.
Today is the first time I'm hearing of this.
All right. Do you have
so I don't
audio?
any bias
Do
because
you
I
have
just heard about
audio?
this today.
You have sound. Cool. Thank you. Let's get on with it. That's not me, people. Good lad. Bullshit. Objection. Objection. You didn't say that. Brilliant witness. Getting that's not me. The court does this all the time. Amazing. Amazing. What, you can't hear it? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's been amazing as well. Hang on, people. Sorry. Come on, I've been at it 4.5 hours. Can you hear it?
Do you, as you sit here today, do you personally know the defendant?
No.
But yet you call him by his first name?
That's his legal name. What else am I supposed to call him?
Mr. Rittenhouse or the defendant?
I'm going to interject here. I do have a rule that is
Can you hear it?
honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote.
Right, I'll take it back a bit so you didn't miss all that, okay?
Yes. Ready to go, defense?
All right, here we go. That's not me, that's them. That I can't hear anything either. It will start in a minute. I'll forward it a bit. You won't miss anything, don't worry. It was quite good. I don't want you to miss all that. Right, here we go.
So you don't remember what you said?
I have no idea. I post on Twitter many times a day. I posted many videos. If you could specify what exactly you're talking about, I could correctly answer you.
You can hear it, yeah? That ain't me.
I tell you that I don't typically permit lawyers to remind people that they're under oath. And it's happened a few times in the case here.
So the court camera cut out then. The prosecutor said to him, I remind you you're under oath, which is an accusation of lying.
By the questioner, the witness is not being truthful, and you're welcome to argue that at the end of the trial, but don't use it as a preface to your questions, okay?
Have you ever posted anything on social media?
Yes.
In support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
You've also been watching this trial while it's been going on, correct?
Yes.
And when you've been testifying, you've been referring to the defendant by his first name, Kyle, correct?
Yes.
And you've been referring to the first
Oh,
person that he
evil.
killed
Kyle.
as Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Instead of Joe or Joseph, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you personally know the defendant?
No.
Does anyone know what that badge is he's got on his lapel?
What else am I supposed to call him?
Mr. Rittenhouse or the defendant?
I'm going to interject here. I do have a rule that is honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote.
You can shake your head as much as you want, Binger.
Witnesses are to be addressed formally, so that there's no distinction between classes and races and that type of thing. Except I do permit an attorney representing the defendant to use a first name, because that would be the normal mode of address between a lawyer and a client. I would tell you that throughout this trial and every other, people slip into calling people by their first names, and if it's brought to my attention, then I discourage it or even stop it. But just so you know, it generally should be Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, okay? Okay, thanks.
You testified that you observed Mr. Rittenhouse. You made a hand gesture. You characterized him as trying to de-escalate
Is that what
the
his
situation.
badge
Is
is?
that right? Were you wearing your body cam when that
I
happened?
was 4 today.
Do you have footage
It's
of
a
that?
NAMBLA
Yes.
badge.
Have we seen that yet?
It's been submitted to you guys.
Right, but was it played when you testified?
No.
You also characterized,
Hello, Mrs. Me, innit? You all right, love?
There was a video that was played of the incident at the Ultimate gas station with Mr. Rosenbaum. And the
These are
dumpster.
great
Fair to say?
badges.
The flaming dumpster.
You were personally at that location when that all happened, correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
I cannot recall. I was not there. Or I can't
You were there.
recall he was there or not. Yes, I was there.
You never saw him at that scene, correct?
No.
You also mentioned that at one point you observed a fire at a mechanic shop. Do you
It
remember where
does
that was?
42, different
It was
badge
a
every day. I
couple
noticed.
blocks away from Sheraton. I don't remember exactly.
That was some tires
Yes.
that were on fire in the middle of that lot, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea who started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that Mr. Rosenbaum started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that anyone else in this case started that fire, correct?
I have no idea who started that fire.
In the video that we played earlier, this is the video where you're walking down the street, you see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
It was
Joseph Rosenbaum.
It was Rosenbaum, furthest south on Sheridan, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then I don't know if you know this individual. There's a Richie McGinnis. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And he was heading in that same direction between you and.
Well,
the defendant.
I
Is that
thought
fair
it
to
was
say?
Sherlock
Based upon the
Holmes
footage,
because it's
yes.
got the pipe.
And you're aware that there comes a time in the video that
Sherlock
you made
Holmes
where
badge.
the defendant
How dare you
starts to run. Do you remember that?
I didn't make any videos.
Recorded.
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. That's
There comes
brilliant.
a time in the video you recorded in which you saw Mr.
You're no
Rittenhouse
Sherlock
start
Holmes,
running.
you
Is that fair
dillock.
to say?
After Joseph Rosenbaum was lighting a fire in the middle of the street,
That's brilliant.
he had his face covered and he stopped and started going towards car source 3 walking. And a couple seconds after, you see Kyle Rittenhouse walk past the frame with a fire extinguisher.
You though, sir, is after that,
Mhm.
where in your Rittenhouse starts running towards that car source. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnis, who is between you and the defendant, also starts running.
Yes.
And you start running.
Yes.
Why?
Because the rioters were saying en route to car source, en route to car source, and someone yelled out either burn in hell or burn inside or burn it down. It's hard to make out. But they were clearly displaying riotous
Without a
arsonist
doubt,
behavior
Tito.
prior to that. And covering riots all of 2020, I could tell something violent was about to happen.
Such as an arson or a fire?
Yes.
What else could possibly have?
At the time, that's what I was thinking.
So you were mostly concerned about running for what
Dafford
you
is bold.
thought was going to be a
It's
fire.
a bold,
Yes.
confident time.
Was your start running based on the defendant start to run?
No.
Run at that time.
En route to car source, someone said burn in hell, burn it down. And the prior nights, the rioters were burning down buildings in Kenosha.
The people that you quote as saying those things, they're walking down the middle of the road, weren't they?
Some were walking, yes.
The people that say those things don't start running at the same time you do they?
I couldn't tell who said it.
Wanker.
Did these people you're characterizing as arsonists, rioters, whatever language you're using?
They were both.
Were any of them running towards the 63rd car source?
Some were way ahead of me, in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
So you didn't know whether those people way ahead of you were running or not?
No, it'd be too far to tell.
So
Look at him.
I know you said you started running.
You might want to look at that, mate.
What other people around you were running at that very moment? If you know.
Richie was in front of me, so I think Richie McGinnis was the one that started running. And then while we started hearing all of the noise and people saying burn it down, that's when I started to go run towards the car source.
So one of the factors in your decision to start running was the fact that you saw Mr. McGinnis start to run.
Yes, one of the factors.
And
yeah, they're very unpleasant people, Skin Scar. This
You
bloke
are,
has had so much jip on this
you
stream,
post on
it's been
Twitter,
untrue.
correct?
Yes.
And
Binger
you have
is
a Twitter
now a
name
pejorative.
that is at Drew H Live. Is
Yes.
that right? And Drew H Live is your show that you have, or your
Shell
your
Oil.
website, correct?
Yes, on YouTube.
Okay. And you tweeted about this incident on the night of August 25th, didn't you?
Yes.
Shortly after everything happened.
Yes.
And you were talking about an armed citizen who opened fire on a rioter,
Yes.
right? And you characterized the rioters as planning to burn
Hello, fat
down the
girl.
car dealership, correct?
Yes.
And it seems like you're suggesting then that the defendant he's the armed citizen that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
That he is, in your opinion, took necessary action to stop these rioters. That's what your tweet is basically suggesting, right?
At the time, it appeared that he was attempting to protect the local business from violent rioters that had already displayed that behavior 2 nights prior.
So this is an example, and this is, by the way, this is at 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020. I know you said you're from Arizona. Is it possible that this was Arizona time, so 2 hours behind us? Because the shootings hadn't happened here until about 11:50 p.m. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be a time difference. Do you know?
No, I posted that. Are you referring to the video of
Good to see you,
the
mate.
shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum?
4
That's
hours
part of it,
40
yes.
Okay, yeah, I
streaming.
posted that specific video maybe about
I don't think it's too bad,
20
42,
minutes
because
after it
this
happened,
witness
the original video.
hasn't
And by
done
that
much
time,
for
you
the
had made a
defense.
conclusion in your own mind that what the defendant did was the right thing. Fair to
Yes.
say?
And
I would have
also,
to take a look at the specific tweets to
the
remember
more the prosecutor
what I was
talks,
saying
the
and why I
more
was saying.
the
This
jury
is the
don't
tweet
like
from
him.
11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020, which in Kenosha would have been before the shooting actually occurred. And you say, it appears an armed citizen was defending the car dealership and opened fire on the rioter who was attempting to vandalize or burn the dealership down. Before the shooting took
That's not me. It'll go grey now. There you go.
car dealership, end quote. Do you remember that tweet?
Yes.
And that was shortly after this all happened.
Yes.
Now, you were also asked if you had observed various individuals that night, and you've told us about your observations of Joseph Rosenbaum. Fair?
Yes.
And have you showed us or talked about all of the observations or videos that you have with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any that pertain to Gage Grosskreutz?
No.
No, I don't know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know. It's a lot of footage. I would have to go through a lot of footage. He might run through a frame randomly. So that's what I would say.
Can we pull up Exhibit 152, please? And we're going to play this at the 1 hour. I'm sorry, 1
LC
minute and
350.
51 second mark.
Looking for a new job. Yeah, we think it's Sherlock Holmes, but that's an insult.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, are you able to see that okay?
Yes.
All right. Can we play that, please?
No, cloud glasses. It won't let you.
Pause. There is an individual who is crouching on the ground wearing a blue hat with what appears to be some white lettering on it. Do you see the person I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I do not right now off the top of my head.
Is there any disagreement that that's Gage Grosskreutz? And you were recording this because there's someone on the ground there that appears to be injured and is being treated by medics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 153.
Oh my
Karen, are you
God. Oh, his teeth. Put them away, shark mouth.
Let's go to Exhibit 153 at the 40-second mark, please.
Karen, no less. Someone's got to do it, Steve. Hello, Rob.
Can we back it up 10 seconds, please?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Go ahead.
There's medics giving attention. Yes, because they were rioting.
Boss!
Life's finest, see?
Mr. Hernandez, is this video that you recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And did you see something that was being shown in your direction?
Yes, a laser.
Yeah,
Where was that
exactly,
coming
King Corona.
I have
Great
no
point.
idea.
You recorded this video maybe a lot or two away, a house property away from the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's a laser coming from someone who was up on the roof of that car source, right?
Yes.
And you're holding up your press badge because you're worried that someone who's pointing that laser at you is also at the same time pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
And that made you fearful for your safety, didn't it?
The context of this is the rioters had already attempted to get into spark some kind of confrontation. That's what I testified to earlier. So then they went behind the
Nice
serving and
one,
started throwing
Mark.
rocks
Much
at the people on top of the
appreciated.
building.
The donation and the comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question was very simple. When that person on the roof is
I think
shining
5
that laser
hours
pointer
will
at
be
you
my
and you
limit,
think
though.
that they're
I
pointing
think
a
I've got
gun
about
at you,
15 left
that
in
made
me.
you fear for your safety.
Cheers, Mark.
didn't it? He didn't answer that.
Cheers, no cat Popeye.
What did you say?
Asked and answered. He said yes.
Do you recall the question?
Yes, because I didn't want to be misidentified as a rioter.
And you were fearful for your safety at that moment, weren't you?
I'm always fearful in the midst of riots.
Yes!
Sir,
Fuck
at
you!
that moment, when that person on the roof is pointing a laser pointer at you and you think there's a gun pointed at you, you were fearful. for your safety,
Objection,
weren't you?
supposition.
Because I didn't want to get misidentified as a rioter.
Yeah.
Are you able to answer that question with a yes or a no?
Fuck you. He doesn't have to.
He has answered it now.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
he's answered it 3 times. You
I have no further
prick.
questions.
Go on, fuck off. What I want you to have is no more breaths.
Mr. Hernandez, do you believe that posting videos of what you saw
Grego's on fire as usual.
was done to help Kyle?
Yes, my boy Tom.
Because at the moment, I posted all these videos on social
Nice one,
media.
Papa
I had
Sterling.
No idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was
Point to
or
that.
Joseph Rosenbaum the night of the riot.
And the purpose of posting the videos was what?
Yeah, it was great,
To
wasn't it, Joe?
report. I'm a journalist. I'm a reporter.
Mr. Bringer had showed you a picture of or a video of the green laser thing. Any idea who did that?
I have no idea.
Nothing else.
You can get more than Dexys round here, mate, but I can't be doing that, Skin Scar, and you know it. But I understand
You
it's
say
a
you're
joke.
a journalist?
Well, I
and
hope
a
it is.
reporter?
Nice
Yes.
one for that.
Earlier,
mate.
you
Appreciate
identified
it.
yourself as a professional commentator.
All the above.
Is it your practice as a journalist to interject your personal opinion into the stories you're reporting on?
No.
But you did that here.
Where?
On August 25th, a few minutes after these shootings,
You should have said yes
posted on
there.
Twitter your opinion
People have been
as
doing
to
that since Hunter S.
whether the
Thompson.
defendant in your mind was right or wrong in doing what he did, correct?
No, I said apparently at the beginning of that statement.
Wanker!
What effect does that have?
It means apparently.
Ah,
It doesn't mean that
wanker!
this is 100% my opinion.
You'll
You
be
had already
surprised,
jumped to
Billy.
an apparent conclusion at that moment, right?
That's what apparently means.
But that's not what journalists do, right?
Fuck you. Are you a
Where we're
journalist?
headed here.
Is journalism on trial here?
Okay, you may step down, sir.
You can fuck off. Billy, fentanyl amps, diazepam amps, morphine amps, literally anything. There's not a script system here. Are there loads of drug addicts walking around Cambodia? Not really. Most of them are on ice, which you can't get from the chemist.
Your Honor, we're to the point, I think, where we need black and I believe my associate has emailed the updated report to your clerk, and once that's done, I think we're done.
Oh,
I do wish that all the pictures that Nathan DeBrune viewed,
nice one, Jimmy,
published to the jury. I never did that when I moved them into evidence.
You'll have to give the numbers you want to show to the jury,
Nice one, Jimmy. Appreciated.
but you can do that.
Yeah, most of the drug addicts in Cambodia, and there's not a lot of them. They're all on ice, crystal meth, methamphetamine, crystal meth, whatever you want to call it. Which is weird because you can get pretty much anything else from a chemist without a script, including methadone. But there's not a lot of them, you know. There's a pack of about 10 of them. You see them walking along like nothing. So let's just recap. The prosecution have just wrapped up. The defense have just wrapped up. We're done. This is very interesting. Is Binger finished? Because his career is. This is a real turn of events. This might be it. Oh, I like it when they drop the mic. The judge is pro Rittenhouse. Why? Because he's pro the rule of law. But that was madness, all that last lot. What, is journalism on trial now? Is the judge a fucking linguistic expert? You know, what is this? And don't tell me you work for Merriam-Webster, because they recently changed the definition of vaccine. Can't imagine why. Look at a commie at the back here, look. And I tell you the courthouse is actually full of communists, because when Greitz come on, the bloke who had his bicep blown out, they said to him, "Are you a member of the Kenosha People's Workers Party?" He went, "No." He went, "What about the Kenosha Workers People's Party?" It was all the People's Party of Judea all over again. And he went, "Yeah." He went, "Do you give talks at those meetings?" He went, "Yeah." He went, "Do you hold your hand up and say things like power to the people?" He went, "Yeah." And he went, "Are there members of that organization in the court today?" And he went, "Yeah." And he went, "No further questions, commie." So we've reached, that's not me muted, by the way. That's the court muted. They always do that with the technicalities. I mean, look at this one. This is commie 101, isn't it? Look, red t-shirt, yellow writing on it, bald head, long beard. I mean, obviously I could be wrong, but very interesting. Looks like they're gonna.
Can I give those?
I certainly hope so, Skin Scar. I mean, you know, yeah, that's the funny thing about commies, isn't it? You know, how do they find time for all this rioting? Won't their boss mind? He should, not only should he walk, he shouldn't have even been in here in the first place. I'm trying to, but you know, I've watched 6 of the 8 days of this trial. I missed the first 2 because it's all very dull. But from what I've seen, this shouldn't have even gone to trial. This went to trial because of the media. This went to trial because of the likes of what Biden said. You know, this is open and shut American self-defense law. And, you know, if this went to trial, how many times do you think people have broken into people's houses and been shot? That happens all the time in America. And the police are informed, and the police just go, "Yeah, all right, he kicked your door down, you shot him. That's self-defense." You don't have these huge hearings with 7 days cross-examination of several witnesses and hours of video footage. If they lock this poor kid up for 20 odd years, that's a travesty. That's just shocking. And if he does go away for 20 years, I hope that being I would never actually wish this on my worst enemy, but I hope it cripples him mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And I say that, and this won't go down well in the chat, but I say that maybe he might learn something, and maybe he might actually become a decent person, because he hasn't prosecuted this trial in good faith. The role of the state prosecutor isn't to send the boy away, isn't to send the defendant away. It's to make sure that there's a fair trial, and that's it. And he hasn't. His whole campaign has been done with extreme political bias, and the politics isn't on trial. Even if Rittenhouse was a white supremacist, that's not what's on trial here. And he isn't. He's a very nice kid. The kid was like a fire cadet, a police cadet. The kid was washing off graffiti. And this whole gun thing, a lot of people in England in Britain don't quite understand this, but people in places like Kenosha, the likes of Carl Rittenhouse, they grow up with guns. Just because the media's made this big hoo-ha about the AR-15, it's nothing to these people. These people are shooting guns when they're 4 or 5 years old with their fathers. In America, you go back 50, 60 years, American schoolboys would have their guns when they went to school. That is a fact. They would have their weapons on their backs when they went to school. It was part of their daily lives. And you can look that up if you think that's absurd, but it ain't. Because America has always had a gun culture. These are frontiers people. You fucking needed to know how to work a gun. And why have they got the Second Amendment? The Second Amendment exists to protect you from your government, which is really ironic in this situation because the mostly peaceful rioters were blatantly corporate and government fed and led and funded. When I see him break down yesterday, it was heartbreaking, just heartbreaking. They've tried to paint this picture of him as a man who went into town with a gun to shoot people. Again, I said it earlier, if you've got 30 rounds in an AR-15, you can easily kill loads of people. He didn't. He didn't do that. He done it when he was hit round the head. It was someone done a flying kick at his head. Some geezer whacked him round the head with a skateboard twice, and then one bloke run at him with a Glock at his head. That's when he started firing. And it was all in a matter of a split seconds. Bang, 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 bang. That's not someone going out to take pot shots at people. Really nice kid, a productive member of society who maybe won't ever get over this. He's certainly going to be traumatized. Killing people isn't easy. Soldiers, special forces soldiers who go behind enemy lines and do really, really hard stuff. They come back and they become drug addicts and alcoholics. They can't sleep. They get 2 hours sleep a night. Not all of them, but killing people's hard. You've got to live with that. And at 17, I told the story at the beginning of this stream when a geezer was strangling me and I was hitting him, but I was only 12 and it weren't working. I thought the only thing I can do is push his eyes through. I put my thumbs on his eyes. I pushed, my left thumb went under his eye and it went, and his eye sort of came over the top of my thumb. My first response, while he was killing me, was to pull my thumbs out because it was just horrific. And that kept me awake for months as a 12-year-old. Think of this poor bastard. Doosh, doosh, doosh. And the whole world thinking you're an arsehole, knowing that the media is just calling you a murderer, a racist, all the usual shit. Us lot around here have put up with this stuff. We've been called racist. We've been called Nazis. We've been called this. We've been called that. We've had it for years. It's not nice. It's not pleasant. Imagine the whole world doing that to you. Imagine CNN. Imagine every time someone turns on the telly. Alt-right gun fanatic, Kyle Rittenhouse, murderer. Horrible, 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 horrible. So even if he walks, which he should, what's he walking into? Where can he go? Where's his childhood? Where's his late teens, early 20s when all his mates are going to frat parties, maybe going to university, going out to bars? You reckon Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be able to do that? The kid's going to become a loner. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a load of money from some kind of GoFundMe. I think he already got a lot. And buys a little house in the middle of the fucking Appalachian Mountains or something. Just removes himself from society. If I was him, I'd seriously consider some plastic surgery. I'd have my appearance changed. I'd change my name by deed poll, and I'd buy a little house somewhere. See if I can find a lovely lady, and just remove myself from the society that tried to put me in prison for political points. Fuck them. How are you meant to stand for that? So I don't really know what's going on here. Because we went back a bit, I can forward it a bit though. Nope, still silent. Well, listen, people, we've come up to the 5-hour mark. I've really got to go to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been up since 9. Yeah, it's really sad. Yesterday, misses me in it. When he had his breakdown, it was just blatant PTSD, post-traumatic PTSD, AMRC, whatever it is. His mum was in the court crying her eyes out. Imagine being the mother of him, just looking at him, thinking, why does the whole world hate my beautiful, wonderful boy? Nice, good kid. If the world was full of Kyle Rittenhouses compared and not full of all those rioters, what an amazing place it would be. Fact. Judging by what I've seen, which is most of it of the last 4 days, if the jury if they're not scared, I mean, one of George Floyd's nephews has said he's going to dox the jury. I mean, oh, that's nice. Put that on Twitter. Still there. Hasn't been taken off. You're allowed to say that because Twitter's nice. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I believe in free speech, but the other stuff they don't let you say is shocking. Facebook has been removing any pro-Rittenhouse stuff. Bastards. Exactly that, Billy. Exactly that. Yeah, no, exactly. Linda, I thought you were going to bed, darling. Although, admittedly, I said that an hour ago. Well, you know what happened, Fionn? After he'd shot those people and all those pussies ran away because they realised their LARPing has got real-world consequences, Rittenhouse walks to the old Bill, gun hanging on its strap, arms up, went up to the window of a cop car and said, I want to round myself in. I've just shot 2 people. And they said, get away from the car, and pepper sprayed him. That was him trying to round himself in. So then he had to go to another cop shop. No, that was a car. So then he had to go to a cop shop that had all the windows smashed in. So there was no windows. There were rioters outside, and he had to sit in there with them all looking at him. Apparently he was just puking, just spasming. And the old Bill didn't even take him in and they could have put him in a cell. No, you sit out in the front there in front of all these fucking lunatic, lefty, utopianist, communist bastards. It's ridiculous. Well, listen, people, I have got to turn it in. It's been a wonderful stream. We've probably had about 900 people come and go while we've been here. what am I going to do? I do think if you don't know, I do stream twice a day. I make videos. I've got a load of videos coming up. What shall I do? I'll tell you what I'll do. It only seems right that we leave in the usual way. I'll put some music on, but we'll leave the screen on. Subscribe to my Substack, link in the description. That would be lovely. I write autobiographical fiction, which is basically autobiographical stories. But if I say fiction, I don't get arrested. I hope. Link in the description. I'll never monetize that. You got a few seconds to keep you to donate to the grift if you've enjoyed the stream. 5 long hours. I've really enjoyed it. And I would like to say you lot have been brilliant. I could have put nearly every comment on the screen. I was trying to get as many on there, but then I'd see another one. You lot have been so funny. When I've asked questions of stuff I didn't know about or questions other people have asked, people have had the answers. And that's what a good community does. I've been really proud of you all. It's been really fantastic. And I hope you've enjoyed it. I will be streaming at about 8:30 UK time tomorrow morning and probably about 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That is dependent on what happens with this trial, of course, because if there's something big occurring, I might do the early afternoon stream like I did today because it's been fun. All right, let me just sort this out. Oh. So if I put that over there, but keep it down there, let me know if you can hear this music, people. Can you hear that? Thank you all for coming. Thanks everyone who donated. Thanks for being so active in the chat. Subscribe to my Substack. I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Point to you all. When you feel Carl Rittenhouse's gold hard steel. Oh Lord. They're not talking. Feel the fear and go anyway. Not yet, Honey Monster, but I might. I'm just worried about what the Cambodian government might say about that coming in. Cheers, Wendy. Cheers, Mark. Cheers, Pete. This week, Ian, guarantee it. We'll do it. Because the wheels already been rolled when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Hello, Melvin. Thanks to Rags and the guest appearance from JC looking after the place. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it, Al? You'll be murdering someone's son. Woohoo! You said it. And you'll realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Cause the wheels already been rolled when you feel the Whoa, you'll have to tell us about that one day, Mrs. Minute. Good Lord. Yes, you'll realize you've been sold when you feel the enemy's cold hard steel. Oh Lord. Oh, that went a bit far. The wheels already been rolled when you I can't get all these in. Sorry, it just jumped. 215 likes. Have a bit of that. Get in there. Whoa! Hang on a minute. It might not be over just yet.
Contains some information regarding the modifications that you made to some of these videos. Is that fair to say?
Specifically, the two videos that you asked me about that we use as monitors. Yes, sir.
One of them was the video number 6. It's observation number 16. On
I had
your
3
list.
guns in my mouth.
And this was one in which I had asked you earlier if you knew the source of it, and I believe you said
One was a side-by-side shotty. Try getting that in your gob, even my big one.
Well, I knew that I had it. I just didn't have the exact name.
Sure. Now that we've got some further information here, do you know where that came from?
Yes, sir. And that would be the.
I'm sorry, people. You're going to have to go elsewhere. I got to get some sleep. I got to do a day's work tomorrow.
N as in Nora, De Bruin video.
It's so tempting.
IMG.
No, I've got to get some sleep. Take care, people. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Ta-da. Look after
It's whatever
yourselves.
that video says.